What's up? Good Wednesday. What's going on? Watching the Astros and A's. That's exciting. Exciting?
Yeah. Hey,
Exciting?
dude, if you're a Mariner fan, the A's are your best friend, although they're getting curb stomped right now. Dude, the Mariners suck. The only saving grace is that the Astros have been getting their asses kicked by the A's.
My A's.
Your A's, who we were talking about yesterday, they're not that uninteresting.
Oh, I don't know about that. They got a couple guys who can
something.
hit finally.
Lawrence Butler, the law dog.
Yeah, the
Pretty
law
good.
dog.
Law dog, go around here, law dog.
Rooker is probably gonna. They're probably all gonna get traded though.
Probably.
Well,
Yeah.
welcome to A's baseball.
Yeah.
The Sacramento A's or whatever the hell they're going to be.
What's going on today? How's Big Ten Media Day coverage going on the Fan?
I know you've turned into every second.
Actually-
No one loves media days more than a Saatchi 19.
Well, I had to go to Home Depot today. Okay.
Wow.
Isachi.
The big Home Depot run.
Yeah, I had
can't-
to.
I can't think of a more uncomfortable spot for you. Which is more comfortable, the Home Depot or a media day scrum?
Oh, media day, way more uncomfortable. I know my way around Home Depot. Like, look, you own a home for long enough, you're going to be at Home Depot 8 million times. So I went and got 2 sandbags.
Sandbags.
Yeah.
What are you doing with sand?
Well, wouldn't you like to know?
I am intrigued by why you. I'm just trying to think of the reasons why Isaac Ropp.
Yeah,
would
let's
need
play that
sand.
game. Why would I need 2 50-pound sandbags?
Does seem a little weird.
Did I bury my wife?
Is something gonna? You don't bury anyone in sand.
Well, but I mean, like, well, you know what I mean, like like I put her under the house and I'm putting
yeah.
the sandbags on.
My first thought was you are trying to hold something down. Like, are you the high winds?
Yeah,
Are you building are you building a horseshoe pit?
you're on the right track.
Yeah.
Horseshoe pit.
Yeah.
No,
I don't know.
horseshoes are boring.
I could see you. You got a putting green for God's
I
sakes.
do.
I could see
now
you out
that's
there.
not boring.
I could see you out. So putting not boring. Horseshoe pit boring.
Correct.
All right.
Are you tired of a swing net falling over and you're using it as an anchor?
Ooh, I like that.
Ooh, that's a great guess.
Yeah.
Great guess. I tell you what, I do
But
have
no.
a swing net, but I don't use it. No, that's wrong.
Wrong. Fake news.
Wrong.
Ooh.
I bought a new umbrella for the patio. A second umbrella.
A second.
Because we're very rich.
You fancy bitch.
So we have 2 umbrellas
Two
now.
umbrellas. 2 shade umbrellas.
They're big.
Mm.
Bigly.
Huge.
Nobody's ever seen an umbrella.
You should see
this
these
big.
umbrellas. I said,
And-
gosh, what a big umbrella.
So so we have 2 of them now. Because we're fancy.
Yeah.
And so I was setting that up. And yeah, you have to buy your own
Sand.
sandbags.
So it's like, do you like open up the bottom and then like dump the sand in, or do you just have some sort
No.
of janky thing where you dump
Well,
sandbags on
it's
it?
got a base, and
Yeah.
you just put the sandbags in it, and,
Okay.
and it holds it down.
I wouldn't know. I'm not fancy enough to have
Look, dude,
umbrellas.
I got to tell you,
I don't have an umbrella game.
here is an umbrella tip
Yeah.
for patio umbrella people out there. For all you patio umbrella bros.
You Laco umbrella bros.
Well, I mean, who doesn't have a patio umbrella?
I don't have a patio umbrella.
You don't?
No.
Why?
I like the sun.
You don't have a patio table?
No, not really. I have like a I don't know, like it's like a sectional couch out there, and there's
Okay.
like a little I don't know, there's a little glass section of it that like you can eat off of, but no, I don't I do
like
not,
a coffee table.
yeah, I have like an outdoor coffee table.
Do you shade it? Is it shaded? Do you
No.
like it shaded?
I got big trees.
Okay,
I
so
got,
it is shaded.
Yeah, but I got natural shade. I don't
Yeah.
I don't incorporate artificial shade.
Well,
I
we
like
don't.
the real deal.
We don't have that,
Mm.
and so sometimes it gets piping hot out there.
Yeah.
Retractable umbrella?
Yes, they're both retractable. I will say,
Perfect.
let me get the name of
Then
it.
you can invite the sun whenever you want.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And with 2 of them, you can be fully shaded for the full day if you want, or you can get wild and.
Vancouver
Put
4
'em
text
down.
line. Rob is fancy like Applebee's. You are.
So this one's called. I got to tell you, I've been through a lot of umbrellas because it's easy to just go to Freddy's every summer and buy the $40 stupid,
Yeah, the disposable.
crap.
Yeah.
and those suck and they fade and
Mm-hmm.
they're terrible and sometimes they're stupid, like fully stupid.
Yeah.
Umbrellas. So I have upgraded. My wife and I have upgraded
Quality umbrella.
to the Wiki 10-foot patio umbrella with base. And let me tell you something. It's not that expensive. It's like, I think they're 130, 140 bucks.
Girl, you something else.
But man, and the canopies are way bigger.
Oh, okay, I see that.
And they're adjustable.
I see that. So it's yeah. Okay.
Super cool. And you can move them around. So if you want it,
By the way, you're full of crap. That's 241.
No, 140. I bought my 140. Here it is right here. Look, bitch. Check that out. 140.
Well,
Actually,
bitch.
139.99.
Well, apparently you're getting a sweet deal because on Amazon right
I have
now.
2 of them. You can buy 2 of them for $280, and then you need some sandbags, and you're good to go.
Why is there such a difference depending on where you buy it?
Where are you looking at?
Amazon. Wiki 10-foot
Well, that's
patio
Fred
umbrella.
Meyer gets great deals.
That's where I got it.
241.68.
I think we actually got our umbrella from Fred Meyer as well a couple years back.
Yeah, again, these are not from Fred Meyer's. If you were paying attention, I was crapping all over the Fred Meyer cheap umbrellas.
Basically,
Oh,
but-
well,
but
those
what-
are good.
What
I
you
bought
just
these
did
on
is
Amazon.
You outed yourself as a cheap ass umbrella owner.
Well,
And
and
that's
as someone
fine.
not listening.
I think there's a lot of people that just, okay, if you needed a patio umbrella, where are you going? Most people are just like, oh, I see them at Fred Meyer all the time, I'll just grab one.
Freddy's or Lowe's or
But
something.
those things
like
are
that,
so crappy.
Yeah, they are.
You get what you pay for.
Maybe Costco, if you
Yeah,
will.
Costco probably
I
has.
bet you Costco has a patio umbrella.
And then you can buy $7 shorts with your patio umbrella.
No, those are sold out. Buck bought the last one. Good luck getting some Glacier Sport shorts. No, those
Those are
sold
gone
out.
too.
Those are gone. Can't get those.
So anyway, I had to buy sandbags. And what I was telling you is I went to Home Depot and I bought 2 sandbags and I was carrying them on my shoulders. So I was carrying 100 pounds on my hot body.
Wow.
Yeah, the
Shirtless,
ladies.
I hope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, of course. The ladies were swooning. And I put them in the back of my Toyota Highlander, which again, ladies.
Can we just talk about the raw sex appeal just that is happening right now?
That's right.
Jeez.
And I had my white boy summer hat on. And I've
Only
got
you had been wearing some Glacier Sport shorts from Costco.
Yeah, no kidding.
Man.
No kidding. $7. I should have ran right over there.
Price tag still on
Got
to
this.
flex on people.
So I was telling you that when I was in the car, it happened to be that Nebraska coach Matt Rule was on the fan. Did you hear that interview?
I did hear that interview.
So I do know that we got Matt Rule. I don't know who else we got from Big Ten Media Day today.
So I heard Matt Rule. Who else did I hear today? Pete Thamel was on there that I heard.
He's a writer.
Yeah, he's a writer.
I think the morning show got Heather Dinich.
Yeah, Josh Pate.
Josh Pate, yeah.
Who's Josh Pate?
Josh Pate is like he's kind of become a new voice. They call him like the commissioner of college football. He's just he's become a national voice for college football. I don't know how you become Paul Feinbaum, but I feel like he's making an attempt to be like the next Paul Feinbaum.
I'm sure Paul Feinbaum has a book you can read about his
his rise.
his shocking rise from just a kid in Akron to
Jack Velling, the Oregon State, now Michigan
Yeah.
State tight end,
Okay.
was on there.
Oh, he's
So,
at Michigan State now?
yeah, he left with
Did you say Miller Moss already? He
yeah,
came
Miller
on?
Moss, USC quarterback, was on there.
How was he? Was he broy? He sounds broy.
I didn't get to hear that one.
Yeah, I
just,
only saw the photo from Swag. I didn't hear the interview
I
either.
just know that he was on there.
Bro.
So no other coaches besides Matt Rule?
I think
today?
Matt Rule was the only one. I guess they're saying out at media days the coaches are kind of hard to wrangle.
Oh, yeah, they're busy.
I mean, they'll get Lanning tomorrow. Someone will, but it sounds like they're saying unless you have a personal connection with the coach, they're basically good luck. They're just not doing much. But the players, I guess, are easier, and then the Heather Diniches of the world and those people are milling around.
It was a good. It was good that I got a chance to listen to Matt Rule because I had in my show notes one of his quotes, and I was like, "Dude, this guy's an idiot," and we were going to talk about it today.
Yeah.
But then I got in my car and I heard Matt Rule on the fan, and he said the same thing that was in the quote that I was reading, and I interpreted it totally differently.
Yeah, sometimes quotes versus
So I heard him talk about it. I'm like, oh, now I see what he's saying, and that actually makes sense. It was the fact that he was saying on paper, I was reading a quote where he was like, "Oh, the Big Ten, we're the NFL, we're the best." And I'm like, dude, are you what? SEC, Matt Rule, you goober? What are you talking about? You're not the best.
Yeah.
But then when I heard him on Danny and Dusty in the long form, he was saying what they're trying to do to sell the Big Ten versus the SEC is how big of a reach the Big Ten has. The SEC is still down generally in the South, whereas the Big Ten spans the coasts. And they were talking about more of an NFL model because they're in every time zone. And so that I get, and I get that is a good selling point of the Big Ten. But I didn't understand that when I read it on paper.
Did you understand DeShaun
Yes.
DeShaun Foster?
Should we play that? Do you guys want to play that?
Boy.
You guys want to play that? Do you have that yet, Buckley?
Floored.
Yeah, I have that. Hold on one second.
Yeah.
If you don't know who DeShaun Foster is, by the way,
Oh God.
UCLA still plays football. They played in the Big Ten, and former UCLA great running back DeShaun Foster is their new coach.
And good NFL running back, too.
Yeah, and he wants people to know that they are indeed in Los Angeles, and that was about it.
Yeah, this is how his opening statement went.
How you guys doing?
Good.
I'm happy to be here.
Good.
Glad to be a part of this great conference.
Things are going well.
Finally putting two great emblems together, UCLA and the Big Ten.
About time.
I like it.
We're a school that's won, 123 championships, so this fits us being right in this conference.
Can we fact check that?
Football-wise, we're just excited. You know, I'm sure you guys don't know too much about UCLA, but our football program, but we're in LA.
Oh.
It's us and USC.
Yeah.
Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah. So we got.
We
Oh dear. Oh no.
I'm just basically excited, really. That's it. Any questions?
Oh my God.
It's as bad as it gets.
Dude. What was that?
Yeah, that's called S in the bed, is what that is.
When I watched it, I'm
Glitched
like,
out like Biden.
Yeah, he did.
He did.
He
He
pulled.
pulled
He
a
pulled a Roomba. He spun around in circles.
when I watched it, I went back and looked because you have to do this now. You have to look at the lips. Like, is this fake? Like, did somebody doctor this?
Yeah, was this a
'Cause there's
Ferentz
no way-
thing? Yeah,
Yeah.
like, this is AI. Climb out of my ass for a little bit.
And
This
it wasn't.
No, that real happened.
So I don't even understand what. Like, you're explaining to people UCLA's in LA. DeShaun, what?
I think he had a couple
Hey.
really basic talking points that he thought he had off the top, and he got the championships, and then he blanked out, and then he panicked.
He didn't just say that
Oh
they're
my
in LA along with USC.
In case you didn't know.
Do you think there was someone in the audience going,
Oh, that's
wow, that's great. I'm gonna write about that.
note to self. in Los
UCLA is
Angeles.
in LA, and I'm just really excited.
That's what UCLA stands for. I
Dude,
couldn't figure out UCLA.
me?
Oh,
That was the worst thing. I mean,
it's the worst press
That's-
conference of all time.
that's the well, I don't know about that.
You find me.
That's a really bad way to initiate your.
I'm sorry, but that is the
Your
worst.
tenure.
That's the worst introductory press conference of all time.
I don't know about that.
Find me
You
someone worse.
Introductory, you might be right. I'm thinking about like Petrino and the neck brace. That always like jumps out to me as
that
all
thing-
time
That
bad.
thing was phenomenal. Okay?
There's a lot of bad ones
I love.
out there.
Find me one that ended
All right,
worse
I will,
than,
bitch. I'm gonna find it.
And he laughs.
I'm happy to be. I'm happy
Yeah, so
to
he
be-
lost his train of thought, and
Yeah, you can't get that back. That's and look, it's not like if you lose a press conference that's the end of your tenure. But I will tell you what, when UCLA isn't going to be very good, people are going to that ain't going anywhere. That's going to be brought up a lot. That's going to stick with you. You can have that press conference if you win 9 games, but if you win 3 games, you can't have that press conference. Although it is UCLA, so that's probably on brand because UCLA is all about S-ing the bed.
I was
And
gonna say.
indeed, that's what they've done.
but they hired a guy who, I mean, he's never coached, right?
He's never been a head coach.
Just a player,
No, he was a position coach.
was he?
Yeah.
Where?
I think at UCLA.
Yeah, I think that he was
In LA?
higher within because they had no
They
money.
had no one else. And Chip Kelly quit. He's taken over. Like when Gary Anderson took over Oregon State, remember how we were all like, oh my God. UCLA has advantages over Oregon State because, in case you didn't know, they're in Los Angeles. This is a really bad job. Like this is a smoking crater of a program, and they hired a guy who just went up there and fell into that crater.
Well, yeah, it's almost like you get what you pay for. Like,
Yeah.
what do you expect when you hire a guy who's never? I mean, like he's never really done this. He's not polished.
No.
Who cares? All right.
There's a difference
Well,
between
anyway,
not being polished and whatever the hell that
going
was.
silent and
Yes.
explaining that your school is in Los Angeles.
that you're excited to be here. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I always thought it was in Los Altos. So I'm happy that.
I think someone was like, "Wait, isn't that Pasadena?" No, that's the stadium, but it's different.
Good question.
Good question. Where's Giuliani when we need him? I just wish that like Foster had some like weird streaks coming down his head. Because, he just started sweating. It was like that scene from Scanners where that dude's head was going to blow up.
Geography with DeShaun Foster. I sense a new bit.
And yes, he was indeed the running backs coach.
All right. Let's get started with our daily poll question. It is along the theme of Big Ten Media Day, so we'll get to that coming up next. Okay, it is 3:14 on the Fan.
It's the Fan.
Do you know this song?
This is my gal Riri.
Yeah, you love her.
I think she's singing about you.
Yeah, Umbrella, Ella,
Part of the Asachi 19 brand now is big umbrellas.
That's
you're,
right.
You're no one unless you got big umbrellas.
Yeah.
It's a hard flex.
It's the next step up, I'm telling you.
Isachi.
What were we doing? Oh, you challenged us.
Yeah, to find a worse introductory press conference
Yes.
than DeShaun Foster.
Both of these brought to our attention from the listeners, and both good submissions to the court.
Yeah.
One is Jim Tom Sula. Do you remember him?
I remember my former defensive line coach in Scotland, the great Jim Tom Sula.
Well, do you remember when they hired him at?
Yeah, he was doing a lot of lip licking.
I would not say that. I wouldn't say it either.
So there was that one, but
Jim.
I don't really remember the introductory press conference. I just remember it's like, oh boy, they hired this guy. Like, what is going on? The other one is Nick Sirianni.
Yeah, his was bad. He was talking about like levers and stuff.
From the Eagles. I think we have a little bit of that.
Next thing that's very important to me is that we build a smart football team, that we have a smart football team here. And I know we have the people in place to do that. The first part of that, the first part of being smart is knowing what to do. We're going to have systems in place that are easier to learn. All right, complicated to the defense or offense that they're going against or the special teams group they're going against, but easy for us to learn. Because when we can put that, when we can learn our system and we can get good at our system, then our talent can take over. Less thinking equals talent take over, but we need to have systems in place, and we will have systems in place.
What a mess that was. But you're right.
At
I
least
think
he
Foster.
Was speaking.
Yeah, Foster's a little worse.
I've never seen anyone glitch out in the middle of a press conference. And imagine Dan Lanning going up at his press conference tomorrow and be like, "We're University of Oregon. We're in Oregon."
Oh my God, that'd be a great bit. He's like, you guys probably don't know a lot about us. We're in Portland, or we're in Eugene, Oregon. Up in Oregon.
We're excited.
That's north of California.
Excited.
You guys don't know.
Excited to be here.
We're up there with Oregon State.
Questions?
We're excited. Any questions?
You want to hear Tom Sula's opening statement?
Yeah. What
This is how it opened. I'll give you another bit from him, too. But this is his first address, much like DeShaun Foster there.
Get help. Go get it. You're worth it. You're worth it. There's value in every human being. Get the help.
What the hell?
You don't have to walk alone.
Huh?
Yeah.
Wait,
that was
what?
before he had answered any questions. That was his opening statement.
What was
of
he
his
talking
presser.
about?
I
That
have
makes
no
no
idea.
sense.
Talking about getting help, for God's sakes.
For what?
Help!
What?
Help! Does it matter? Rob, you don't have to walk alone.
I don't like that.
Get some help.
Well, I mean, it's a nice message, but it's totally out of context. I have no clue what he was. Anyway, that's not as bad as Watson. At least he had a message. Weird message, but it was a message.
It was indeed a message. I just would love to know what DeShaun Foster, what he had to go up there with something. Because he had the championship thing.
I think he had a couple bullets, and then he blanked out on number 2.
Yeah.
God bless America.
I think that's right.
Here's more Tom Sula talking about schemes and players in that same presser.
See, I look at it from a personnel to fit a scheme. So I'm looking at that scheme, and I'm trying to fit the pieces. Okay, we don't live in a perfect world. It's not a perfect science. Okay, things happen. Okay, people, aren't available. So once we have that talent and we have those players, now we have to flip that. And now we look at it, we want to take that scheme and fit it to the players.
Yeah.
Again, that rates slightly above DeShaun Foster, in my opinion.
I think we have. And then there was the Adam Gase one where he just had the giant eyeballs.
Bug eyes, yeah.
He just looked like he was on something.
Press conferences are, maybe we take them for granted.
No, we don't. It's a
lot of people get jammed up in them, man.
I understand.
They get the pursed lips, and they need a drink of water.
If you can't handle a press conference, I don't know what to I don't know what to tell you. I mean, look, I'm not saying that's the end all to be all for DeShaun Foster, but like when you're in the middle of a fourth quarter of a big game, like that's slightly more pressure than standing up in front of like, I don't know, 50 Big Ten media members.
Yeah, somebody said, have you heard the word salad from Jonathan Smith? Yes, he's bad.
Yeah.
I saw some of his introductory press conference, and it's cringy.
Because we've had him on the air plenty of times, and he is not a natural.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
I
he's not a natural
think
speaker.
no, and a lot of these guys aren't. Like obviously, DeShaun Foster isn't.
No.
Jim Tom Sula wasn't.
Nope.
Nick Sirianni wasn't. And so that's what happens.
Hey, Sirianni turned out to be good, and Smith is a good coach. It's not everything. It doesn't mean you can't go on and be successful.
Well,
It's just
I'm
just rough
just
start.
pointing out that a lot of people, maybe we take for granted how many people have a problem with the public speaking part of that job. Like, I mean, it's that. What do they say? It's like the number one fear of human beings is
that
public
blows
speaking.
me away. It's scarier than death.
Yeah, but people are terrified of it. You and I, we host a radio show. We're obviously not terrified of it, but so it's hard for us to wrap our head around that. But it's just a really common thing, and it applies to football coaches apparently.
Yeah. You just would think
And
after
also-
that many years in the limelight.
One
you
last
know.
thing, right? With DeShaun Foster, dude, his SID's got to set him up.
Yes.
I mean, you
know
have
that you're
to talk.
Rocky.
You have to talk to him. You look, you're a new coach. Can I help you with anything? Here's maybe some talking points. Here's maybe what we want to get out there. We want to make sure everybody knows we're in LA. I don't think anybody knows that, so you got to get that out there, and make sure that they know USC is also there. And then after
We've won some
that,
championships.
About 45 seconds in, he looked off to the left of the stage like,
Yeah.
someone please
Help
help. And I
me.
guarantee he was
Help
looking at
me.
the SID.
help me. But they just, I don't know. He needs to be teed up better than that.
Yeah. It was not a recipe.
Or
for
just go with a note
success.
card or like a notes app on your phone. You can look down. That's okay.
But not being able to just do 30 seconds
Just
of,
roll
hey,
with it.
really happy to be here.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming. We're in LA.
Yeah, excited about
Any
the
questions?
opportunity and you know,
Yeah.
just
It's like, wow.
the pause. The pause was an all timer.
Well, he froze.
He glitched out. Was that Mitch McConnell did that a couple times? They had to walk him off the stage. But those guys are like him and Biden are like 1,000 years old. DeShaun Foster is like 48
It's crazy.
and in great shape. He's a handsome devil.
All right.
Maybe just be like when you do like with the
Take your shirt off.
yeah, like the spokesmodel. Like, hey, just be hot. Just go out there and smile and be a handsome man. Like that's all you got to do.
I looked up other terrible football or sports press conferences. Your guy, Herm Edwards, is on there for not knowing that the Sun Devils were the mascot of Arizona State. Now I'm a religious man. I don't know about these Devils. And you're like, dude, that's the name of your team.
That is an all timer. Yeah, that jackass. Someone was like from some Sun Devil's
Digest,
Yeah, Devil's Digest. He's like, whoa, 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 whoa.
I'm religious, man.
Religious man. Where's this devil stuff? Like, the Sun
That's the name of
Devils.
your team, you idiot.
Oh. Yeah.
It also had Ron Zook, who over and over again said Illinois when he was hired as the coach of Illinois.
Did he
huh?
really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, my God.
I would love it if Dan
Football's
Lanning called
football.
it Oregon. I think it'd be great. I want more coaches to go up there and just start doing bits. Just pull a DeShaun Foster.
Well, Dennis Erickson used to call it Washington.
yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah, the Washington. Well, and Rick Majerus was that way too. He called
He
it.
said Oregon.
He said Oregon and Washington. Yeah, he was a treat. Just lean into it.
All right. Poll question is next, but first, Buck with Sports Center.
This is a Big Ten Media Week.
Sports is business.
So we've got another one. Now, we're talking about worst introductory press conferences because DeShaun Foster, the new coach at UCLA, got up there today and
Glitched out.
he said that UCLA was in LA along with USC, and he was happy to be there and froze.
Yeah.
So Jim Tomsula came up, Nick Sirianni, and a couple of others. But this one, now this isn't, we can't play this because I guess we could because you can hear it. But somebody on the Vancouver Ford text line pointed out that Mike Schuler, former Trailblazers head basketball coach.
He's the guy in the 80s.
As opposed to former Trailblazers head football coach. I don't know why I said it that way. Glickman was introducing him as the new coach, and he fell out of his chair. Schuster did, not Glickman. So, because he was trying to slide over in front of the podium, and he fell down.
Well, good thing that was before,
So it's no DeShaun Foster, but
before
very
internet.
Well, no, it wasn't. It's on YouTube.
Yeah, but
you can see it.
Yes, but
the clip, they said the clip was all over the news, the sports news. This was in the 80s.
Yes, but again, this was before internet.
Yeah.
Because if you imagine a coach falling out of their chair, and like JJ Redick falling out of his chair, like at the Lakers press conference.
He's doing a little like scooch, like slide over, and then he just goes off
down.
The edge.
He goes.
Down goes Schuler.
It's great. But you're right. It's like if this were social media of today, that would be funny for a day, and then everyone would have seen it and moved on to the next funny thing, or like Hawk to a girl or something. But back then, it was probably something that lived. It was probably something that lived out there for days and weeks as people got, started seeing it.
It is embarrassing falling in any realm, let alone falling out of your chair during the introductory press conference.
Like you're wanting to present yourself like DeShaun Foster is very strong and capable.
Right in the butt.
And then you fall.
Down you go. Well, falling in general, like, is there anything more embarrassing than falling? Like
it's not good.
Like the first thing you do when you fall is you have to immediately look around and see who saw you fall.
Well, there's always that moment of, am I hurt?
Yeah. You have to assess.
Kind of like a little kid.
Yeah,
you know
you
how the
assess
little
the
kid sits there and like waits and then he starts bawling.
Well, is there anything worse than a total stranger being like, "Oh, sir, are you okay?" And you're like, "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine."
I've said it. I ate ass walking across the walking across the street in Sisters, Oregon a few years ago. It was during the winter. It was all slippery, and I went down so hard in a crosswalk. And there were, there's cars like waiting to go. And I was hurt. It was not pleasant. And I literally just like rolled my ass, like rolled to the sidewalk just because I did not want to lay there in the crosswalk.
Did anybody get out and try to help you?
Well, and that was my fear. I did not want people getting out of their cars. I was like, just get me to the curb and I'll be fine. I can recuperate there.
Thank you.
Don't
Bye.
go down in the crosswalk.
What'd you do? What happened?
It was icy.
Oh, it was icy.
It was icy, and I was walking across, and like sometimes you don't see those patches of ice. It looks like regular pavement, and I went down, and it just
that hurts.
It was awful.
Hurts your butt. Hurts your back.
Took the wind out of you, and and then I could just see people smiling. I could see some people laughing. Some people were concerned. I was mortified. That's all I could think about was getting out of the crosswalk. And then I sat on the curb for probably 3-4 minutes and just composed myself. And then you do the systems check. You're like, all right, what's broken? Anything? We're good. All right.
All right.
Go about your day.
Today's poll question, 1080 The Fan on X, at 1080 The Fan. Yesterday we asked you which team is best poised to surprise and compete for the Big Ten title in 2024. Very close race here. Wisconsin, 34%. USC, 26%. Iowa 20 and Nebraska 20.
USC is such an interesting thing for me because their offense is, it's always been really good. And since Lincoln Riley's been there, their offense puts up huge points. If they just get like above average defense, USC's gonna be good. And no one thinks USC's anything. Like Lincoln Riley went from when he got to UCLA. Hey, are they in Los Angeles?
Yes.
Then when he got to Los Angeles.
You know how I know that?
Huh.
DeShaun Foster told me.
You know what? Thank you, DeShaun. We really appreciate that. But when he got to L.A.,
don't just assume the obvious.
No, you can't. Once he got there was like this, like, oh my gosh, here, like buckle up for this. And it's been 2 years of not so much. But don't dismiss the fact that there's a ton of talent down there. Lincoln Riley is one of the best offensive minds in football, and he did revamp. Like,
Yes.
he supposedly turned over the defense and just was like, hey.
Who's their new defensive coordinator?
It's Lynn, the Anthony Lynn's kid. What's his first name? He was UCLA's defensive coordinator. D'Anton. And I guess Lincoln Riley just went to him and said, what do you need? Including, like, he's changing the way they're practicing. Like, he just said, you run this. And he ran good. Like, he was a really bright defensive coordinator. People were really high on him. UCLA was. And, you know, I just keep an eye on USC. No one's talking about him. And I get it. But to me, the answer there of who could be the surprise team, it's USC. It just is.
Yeah, I feel like USC is one of those schools, and I'm trying to think of other examples, but when they're the favorite, like they're kind of like the Chargers, right?
Yeah.
Like when they're the favorite, they're going to crap the bed. Like everybody's over their skis on them, but they're also dangerous when nobody's talking about them and they're an underdog. Yep. USC is kind of in that realm. I don't know why it's gone so far the other way against them. Maybe because they lost some recruits. And Lincoln Riley, you know, obviously the defense hasn't been very good, but you're right. He revamped the whole damn thing. Yeah. And yes, they lost some recruits, but they still have a bunch of talent. He's a hell of a coach. I don't know. The USC, I think it's great that no one's talking about them. Like if I'm a USC fan, perfect. Keep crapping on us. Yeah. That's where we want to be, not in the top 5, and so we can perennially disappoint you.
I mean, they were in the Pac-12 title game 2 years ago, and that was Caleb Williams got hurt. They got thumped by Utah, and then last year, the defense just completely fell apart. But I just dismiss USC at your own peril.
Okay, well, that leads us to today's poll on X at 1080 The Fan. Who is the most overrated Big Ten football coach? Is it Lincoln Riley, PJ Fleck, Ryan Day, or James Franklin? Vote, and vote hard.
Please.
If you surround yourself with turds, you're headed towards Turdville.
Who do you think it is?
The most overrated.
Well, all 4. I did a little homework on this.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking about Kirk Ferentz, but then I'm like, Kirk Ferentz isn't overrated. He's solid.
He's a solid coach at Iowa of all places.
But then I looked at, how internet has a bunch of lists and crap.
Uh-huh.
There are lists of the most overrated coaches, and I tell you, Lincoln Riley and James Franklin are on most of them. PJ Fleck is certainly a candidate, but he's at Minnesota, so yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
it's cute.
Yeah,
and then Ryan Day could be. He was on a few of them.
Well, I don't. Dude, he's like 53-8.
8 is the key. You can't lose 8, and you can't lose to Michigan.
That's his own.
Isn't he like 0-3 against Michigan?
He's lost the last 3 years. And I think he's been the head coach.
I'd get you fired for less.
Boy, I'll tell you what.
He's 1-3 against Michigan.
1-3 against Michigan. So he wins 11 games every year. I'm not certain how that's. And a couple of those. Now the 1 year against Ohio State, Michigan, they got bludgeoned. But like last year was razor thin, and I want to say the 2 years before that was also. So like you've been 1 or 2 plays away from beating Michigan and playing for a national title, and you're overrated and you suck. Like what?
I don't know about he sucks, but I think there are some that think he's overrated.
There's some people that think he's like have you seen the odds, like the hot seat odds? Ryan Day is one of the favorites to get fired.
Well, he might. I mean, if he has a bad, well, not a bad year, but if they disappoint this year, he could get fired. I mean, who was the coach at Michigan that could was it the coach at Michigan that could never beat Ohio State and they turfed his ass? Or was it the other way around? Was it an Ohio State guy?
It was Cooper, right?
I thought Cooper was always beating Michigan. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think it was Cooper that couldn't beat him. But Ryan Day, just FYI, Ryan Day has gone 13-1.
Oh, you're right. Cooper was 2-10-1 against.
Yeah, and they canned him.
Of course, they gave him 13 years.
13 years. I just point out real quick. Ryan Day's 13-1, 13-1, 7-1. That was the COVID year. 11-2, 11-2, and 11-2. And there are people out there that think that Ryan Day is in jeopardy.
Yeah.
Of losing his job. Now he's also in jeopardy of becoming Steven Seagal. That weird fat beard dye combo that he's got going on, that's not doing anyone any favors. But dude, Ryan Day is a really good coach. But also, by the way,
good coaches get fired all the time.
In that stretch, he won the Rose Bowl. He lost the Fiesta Bowl. Won the Sugar Bowl.
Loser.
Lost in the college ball playoff national championship. Loser.
To who? Who'd they lose to?
Who did they lose?
Oh, that
to
was
in 2020.
Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
LSU.
Turns out, by the way,
That was a tough team to beat.
Yeah, arguably the best team of the last 30 years. Yeah.
Look, no one's arguing that Ryan Day is a good coach, but come on, you've got to see that at a school like Ohio State, when you have expectations like this and you can't beat Michigan and Michigan just wins a title, the leash is short, man. They don't mess around. It's like SEC type stuff.
I guess. I just roll my eyes at that. Anyone that actually thinks that Ryan Day, like if you fire Ryan Day, where exactly would you like to go? Just
Herbs, baby.
Hey, Urban Meyer. Those co-eds will get excited.
He's still out
Actually,
there,
it's
isn't
the
he?
co-eds' moms.
Wait, didn't he already coach there? Yeah, bring back Urban.
Yeah, he did coach there. Ryan Day's the one that took over for Herb.
Oh, yeah. Did he win a title there? Yeah, he won a title there.
Urban Meyer did indeed win a national championship.
Yeah. Bring him back. At least he can win a title.
Urban Meyer, by the way, at Ohio State, 12-0, and that was the year they were on probation.
That's what I'm talking about.
So 12-0, 12-2, 14-1, 12-1, 11-2, 12-2. So
that's pretty damn good.
There's not much of a fall off. But he won a national title and Ryan Day didn't. So
that's right.
Screw you,
and
Ryan
he's
Day.
1-3 against Michigan. Vote hard on X at 1080 The Fan. Coming up next, CrowdStrike is making it up to its clients in spades. It is 3:46 on The Fan.
I ate ass.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. Travis Spazana taking number one. We're one of 4 programs now to have number 1 picks in the draft. I didn't see Oregon on that list. No, not a blue blood. I did see that he was the first ever second baseman taken number 1 overall.
Yes,
I think first Australian too. That's wild as well. First one from the Big Island. How has there never been a like a true second baseman taken? That blew my mind.
Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on 1080 The Fan.
Are you looking forward to a nice, relaxing
that was Ryan Day's loss. They beat Clemson in the semifinal, and then they lost to Alabama.
Which Alabama team was that of their 8 million that have won?
What are the good ones?
Yeah, I would say that was probably one of the good ones.
One of the overrated ones.
Yeah, they're like, eh.
Who was their quarterback?
Let's look at their
Billy Meacham.
That was Mac Jones, national champion.
I don't remember
Mac
that game.
Jones.
What was the score?
Oh, Alabama bludgeoned them.
Did they?
Yeah. So Ohio State bludgeoned Clemson 49-28, and then Alabama alley whipped them 52-24. So
don't remember the game.
Boop. And then they
Ryan Day
played
sucks.
the mighty Northwestern Wildcats in the Big Ten title game. But yes, Ryan Day sucks.
All right. Well, did you see what CrowdStrike is doing? You know, CrowdStrike.
Yeah, that like broke the world.
Yeah,
broke the internet.
Yeah, you know,
Flights
I guess
still everywhere screwed.
Well, they're saying Delta is really still having a lot of problems.
Yeah, Delta canceled. They didn't even try anymore. Delta just started canceling thousands of flights.
Yeah,
and was like, nothing we can do.
I saw a story on the news. I was watching the local news last night.
The news,
and they did a story on a woman who is from Oregon who is stuck in Orlando.
Oh.
And she was supposed to come back on Sunday.
It's worst places to be stuck, right?
And she will likely be back on Thursday.
Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, you can kill some time.
My wife looked at me and she goes, "Is that really news?" I'm like, "No, it's not." But they're trying to...
Look, half the things that are on the news aren't really news anymore.
And they were like, "So what's going on?" Like, well, my flight got canceled. And then like, "Well, did you book another one?" Yeah. What happened? It got canceled. Did you book an... I booked a third one, and it has just been canceled. So how are you doing? Oh, I'm doing great. They're putting me up in a hotel. You know, everything's great. I'm in Orlando. It's very sunny. It's nice, but I'd really like to be home.
Yeah.
Great story.
They were hurting you so bad. Oh, no.
It's like, God.
A couple years ago, we were in Mexico for Christmas, and that was when the whole Southwest thing went down. Remember, they had all those delays, and
they had a big glitch.
They had a big glitch and all that, and I felt bad because when we were leaving... We were leaving to come home, like on like I think we came home like on the 28th or 29th. There were people just getting to Mexico that were supposed to be there for Christmas and had been stuck somewhere else. They were stuck in Minneapolis from like the 23rd or 24th, and we're just getting there now on the 28th or 29th, and their reservations were kaput. So they were like, well, what do we, they're like, I guess we're down here now, but they're like, they were trying to book hotels. It was bad. Like, we ran into so many people that were absolutely screwed.
Yeah, it would suck way worse going out.
Yeah.
But if you're coming home...
especially over the holidays, imagine like that was us. Like, we're like, hey, we're going to go, spend Christmas south of the border. It'll be great. And on the beach, we'll have mahi-mahi instead of turkey. Everything's great. And you spend your Christmas at the Ramada Inn at the Minneapolis airport. And you can't go any, like, you can't drive home because these people are from like Fargo, North Dakota. You're like, well, I guess we're just, we're heading down. And then, they were trying to call like their Airbnbs and hotels, but there were already people coming in for like New Year's, so there was no availability for them to stay. So they got all that. It took them like a week to get down to Mexico, and then they'd be there for like a day and a half and then have to leave again.
Sucks.
Yeah, it was not good.
I've never really been involved in something that major.
I haven't either.
I've had delays and stayed overnight and stuff like that, but usually get on to the destination eventually. But it's probably pretty frustrating out there.
Yeah, I spent New Year's once in a Missouri airport in St. Louis, and I had to sleep there. That was like the only one.
Oh, you slept at the airport?
Slept at the airport.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, maybe this is bougie me talking.
This is probably bougie you. This is too umbrella you.
Get a hotel.
All right.
And I get some people don't have the money because these bitches behind me. But if you've got the if you've got the money, well, I'm not sleeping on the floor of the stupid airport.
I think I was like 22.
So you didn't have any money.
I didn't have any money, and our flight, like by the time everything got in and we got into the airport at in St. Louis, I want to say it was like 12:30, 1 in the morning, and we got on. Our flight was leaving at, I don't know, maybe 8 or 9 the next morning. So it was kind of like, well,
yeah,
like,
just take a couple naps.
Yeah.
You'll be fine. I get it, but I just see a lot of people sleeping there, and I just wonder, because usually the airline will give you a hotel. I mean, they've always had for me.
I did not. I will tell you what, I was not offered any sort of hotel coupon. But yeah, if they give you a hotel, but
because the flight's delayed to the next day, they're like, well, we'll put you up at.
Yes. I think they've gotten better about that.
About giving out hotels.
Because my son was delayed in coming back from Japan last year, and they put him up, and I just remember like there was no offer of anything. They just said, hey, sorry, like the next plane out is because we missed our connection, obviously, because we were delayed several hours, and there was no more flights leaving out of there. So they were kind of like, well, in some airports now, they just have hotels right there, built into the airport.
Yeah. Denver has that.
Yeah, which is nice.
So did you see what CrowdStrike is doing, the cybersecurity firm that crashed millions of computers?
And ruined lives? No, what do they got?
They are offering their partners. Are you sitting down?
Yes, I am.
They are offering their partners, as an apology, get this, $10 Uber Eats gift cards.
Yes.
What do you think about that?
$10.
Talk about goodwill.
Woo!
Yeah, I guess they're saying that a bunch of people have forwarded on, like, people are so pissed about that they're forwarding it on to all the media, and the media's like, yeah, it's true, I got the email. It's like, hey, really sorry, but here's a $10 Uber Eats gift card for you. Sure, everything's fine now. Say good things about us, please.
It's like when that national burrito chain was poisoning people, and they were like, you know what we're going to do? Free burrito. If you're willing to overlook the E. coli and almost dying, you know what?
Was that Cheapo Latte?
Free burrito. Yeah, it was indeed Cheapo Latte.
I like them. Yeah. Do you eat there?
Not so often. Every once in a while. It's not bad.
No, I don't think it's bad.
It just feel like every couple years they have to come out and be like, yeah, sorry about the whole poisoning thing. And then they give you like a BOGO. They're like, hey, you buy one, one's on us. That does get you to come back. If I had a free burrito, yeah, I'd probably make my way in there. But there's better burritos out there.
You know what's even better is that a lot of people went to actually redeem their $10 Uber Eats gift card, and it said error. So there was a glitch in that too.
Not available in your region.
Yeah, it said error message, and the voucher had been canceled. So they're sending fake Uber Eats $10 gift cards. The awareness.
Oh, it's wonderful. Well, it's big business. That's like the largest cybersecurity firm like in the world, and they're handing out $10 Uber Eats coupons.
Well, they probably had to hand out a lot of them in defense.
Yeah, in defense of them. That is quite a bit. It's like when I caught that years ago at the Winterhawks game when I caught my Land O'Lakes butter coupon.
Yeah, out of the big.
Yeah, back when the Winterhawks had the bad what
do they call it? Like the blimp?
Yeah, they had a blimp. I think it was a Ford blimp. I think it was like a Ford Explorer blimp.
And it drops cool things into the crowd.
Yeah, and my kids were there. My kids were little. This is like 15 years ago. And they've since been sold, and they have really good management now, and they do a great job over there. But the old guys, I forget the name of the guy that owned it, was just a cheap bastard. And yeah, they had that blimp, which I think they just borrowed from the Blazers, and crudely put like Winterhawks logos over the Blazer logos. And it dropped things, and we all assumed that it would drop like a coupon for like a free sweatshirt or something at the merch tent or whatever you got. No, it was a Land O'Lakes coupon, and it wasn't free butter. It wasn't like, hey, you get free butter. It was like 50 cents off Land O'Lakes butter, and I just
wow.
I was so heartbroken because my kids I caught it. My kids were so excited, and I was like, you know what, kids, free T-shirts on Dad. Go get whatever you want. Is that what the coupon is, Dad? Yeah, that's what it is. It says we can get free T-shirts.
Did you use the coupon? Did you get the butter?
No.
Why not?
That is good.
Look at you and your white privilege just throwing away 50 cents.
I did throw away 50 cents.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
I did not ever use the coupon on the Land O'Lakes butter, which, by the way, it's quality butter. I'm not here to crap on Land O'Lakes. It's quality. But I think at the time I was an Imperial man.
Oh,
yeah,
a rival. Maybe it was Big Butter that did that. He's gonna go get him one of those Milwaukee butter hogs.
I'm just saying, like, can't you drop free butter?
Right.
That's all I'm asking.
I mean, what's a stick of butter cost?
Well, you can't buy a stick of butter.
You can't?
No.
Why not?
Because it sticks. No one sells an individual stick of butter. You want to know how out of touch you are? You thought you could go in and buy a stick of butter.
Why can't you buy a stick of butter? That's dumb.
Can you go in and buy a hot dog? No.
No.
It comes in packaging.
I mean, you kind of, yeah.
No, you can't.
At the hot bar, you can't you?
At the hot bar, maybe. You
Well, there
can't
you
go buy a cold hot dog.
I'm gonna start selling sticks of butter. One stick.
That's gonna be Big Butter's next thing.
I'm gonna become a billionaire.
Individual butter. No, it doesn't work that way.
No. All right. What are the most off-putting things athletes do? That's next on The Fan. Misleading. We're not really covering the Big Ten Media Week. I mean, we are. We're talking about Big Ten football. But
We talked to DeShaun Foster at length.
yeah, but I mean, come on. The other shows are doing that. We're not doing that. We don't have any interviews on this. I mean, and thank God for that. I mean, I don't want to interview Miller Moss. So Dirt and Sprague did this morning. We had Matt Rule on with Danny and Dusty today. So they're covering the crap out of it. But
yes, sir.
It's over by the time we're on the air.
It's over.
Which is great.
We think. Hold on, everybody.
So it is. I mean, it's Big Ten Media Week, but I mean,
hey, tomorrow you get the Duckies.
You know, yeah, you'll probably hear Dan Lanning on one of the shows.
Yes,
he'll be talking.
I would assume.
Maybe
sure,
he'll.
I think Dylan Gabriel's there. I think Tez Johnson. I think are the two players.
No, Tez isn't there. It's
Tez isn't there.
No,
Dylan Gabriel, Jeffrey Bossa, and Terrence Ferguson.
The Ferg.
Oh, by the way, I have Deommodore Lenoir news.
Yeah.
Have you seen what's going on with him?
No, I can't say that I have.
Former Duck. Now with the Niners. We'll have to get to that coming up. But
okay.
It's complete with audio.
Yeah.
And that audio is ready whenever you want it.
Yeah, very, very puzzling. What are the most off-putting things athletes do? I thought of this because I was watching tennis.
Mm-hmm.
And
what tennis is going on right now?
Well, it was Wimbledon.
Oh.
Or not Wimbledon.
Yeah, Wimbledon just finished.
Was it Wimbledon?
Yes.
Wimbledon just finished.
Yeah.
Wimbledon.
I was watching Wimbledon. Remember I had COVID?
Yes.
And I was sick.
Our favorite new athlete, Carlos Alvarez.
Yeah, Carlos Alvarez.
That's right. He's so good.
And yes, we know his name is Alcaraz.
He's so talented.
I was watching it and it's just an eye roll when pro-level tennis players throw little baby tantrums.
Tennis players do like to throw the
Oh
tantrums.
my God, they're such little babies.
Yeah.
And so I was watching some of these players melt down. It literally just melt down. Like there was one of them, I don't remember if it was a male or female player, who literally just turned to his box and just threw his arms up like, "What? You're not helping me, Dad." Yeah. I think it was Coco Gauff, actually.
Really?
Yeah. And so I hate that. It pisses me off. But I would like a power ranking of most off-putting things athletes do, please.
On the field or
Anywhere.
pitch or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah,
The
any of it.
the number one thing for me, and it's not even close, is soccer. The
whole sport is off-putting.
The entire sport, everything about it. No, the
flopping.
The flopping in soccer is it's just there's nothing like it because people flop in the NBA. Like Nurkic goes down like 9 times a game, and LeBron certainly does the roll around, but no one. And I mean no one does it like soccer players. Like they go down and they will lay on the ground for like a minute and a half.
And they're really poor theatrics. They're not convincing, they're not believable, and like somehow it's accepted as some form of gamesmanship, even though it's just stupid.
You look like a bunch of little bitches. And then they come out and like they do the freeze spray on them, and then they get up and that is
What is that, by the way? Is that like a lidocaine spray?
I
Like, what
don't
is
know.
that?
What's going on there?
It's some sort of like they spray like icy hot on there. I don't know. It's like Mr. Miyagi in a can. And then they're like magically better. That is hands down the most off-putting thing in any
Has
sport.
anybody ever talked about why they do? I mean, I get the idea of it.
Gamesmanship.
But literally, every single player does it.
Yes.
Are there players that don't do that?
I don't think so. It's widely accepted in the sport that is just what happens.
If you don't do it, are you then chastised by your teammates?
I guess. I'm assuming that, like, again, you're trying to draw a penalty, you're trying to draw a card, you're trying to draw some time where everyone catches their breath, but it's just.
My understanding is there are nations who are notorious for doing it more and worse than others. A lot of them are the South American nations, like we saw in the Copa final. Argentina and Colombia are both teams like that. It was a complete circus. It doesn't mean that everyone doesn't do it to some degree. They do, but some more than others, certainly.
That is hands down the most off-putting thing. The other one for me is when Deion Sanders or anyone else, they do if you don't kiss someone's ass, then you are a hater. You didn't believe in me thing.
Hold on, oh no! I ran through that bullshit.
Yeah, like you're either with us or against us.
Yes, like
you cannot be critical. The second you're critical,
you're a hater.
You're against us.
And if you don't love us, you must hate us.
Yes.
Like, yeah. Like the Danny Green podcast thing. You either love me or hate me.
Yeah.
No, we didn't.
No one cared about you.
About you, Danny.
I don't think about you at all. That is seriously off-putting to me and such a giant eye roll.
Glory to God stuff.
Yeah, that one I struggle with.
Everyone.
Well, I've always said that I desperately want someone to blame Jesus for fumbling because that,
Like Stevie Johnson one time, he blamed God for dropping passes in a Bills game.
Yes, like that's the best because no matter what happens, especially no offense, but when it's like a horrible human being, like Tyreek Hill, it's like, you know what? Glory to God. I'm not certain that God has anything to do with you, Tyreek. I'm just saying. I don't necessarily think that you're the most godly man. Speaking of the godly thing, not only does it drive me crazy when we do the God thing, I also can't stand when you F up beyond belief and you use the God as an excuse. That's the old Thom Brenneman thing of, yeah, I just got caught on a hot mic being just beyond bigoted and throwing out homophobic slurs to an entire community, but
always been a man of faith.
Always been a man of faith, and it's not who I am, and I love God.
I don't know if I'd be putting on this headset again.
I hate the gays, clearly, but I love God. Because my God apparently hates the gays as well, so that means it's okay. Like, that stuff just bananas. Yeah. Absolutely drives me crazy and is so off-putting when you do the man of God
Aren't
stuff.
they just pandering to other God people?
I would assume so. You know, Dabo does that a lot. And at least with Dabo, and it does drive me crazy that he does it, when he's like, NIL, name, image, and likeness. He's like, yeah, my program's built on NIL, the image of God. Like, oh, cram it. Just really tight and cram it. But at least he does appear to be a
thinking through it. And I honestly, I mean, for me, we built this program on NIL. We really did. And it's probably different than what you're thinking, though. We built this program in God's name, image, and likeness.
Yeah.
And that's how I look at it.
How does Deshaun Watson fit into that, by the way? Is Deshaun Watson a big man of God? Because I think you built the program on his back, and he was really good. Because so many elite football players it's all about God. But at least with Dabo, as much of a douche, that is who he is. Like I said about Tebow, the Tebow stuff was always a lot for me, but I think he was the genuine article. I think he really believed that. So while it is much, at least it's not like hypocritical. That in hypocrisy, and that's another one that just, you know, where you take the Bobby Knight thing. Bobby Knight demanded accountability and respect from everyone, but offered none of it for himself. None whatsoever.
You know what? Another one. So the tennis tantrums really bother me because it's just like,
what exactly
like,
is that meant to accomplish?
Exactly. It's like, dude, you're the only one. You're the one playing.
That's it.
Fix it.
Yeah.
Why are you looking? I mean, like golfers go through. I mean, like golfers and tennis players, because they're individual sports and like, you know, you're kind of out there on an island on your own.
Yeah.
They have a tendency to be the biggest head cases, and I totally understand that. But I just think golfers present themselves so much tougher than. And that's not a high bar, but so much tougher than tennis players because while you do have some tantrums out there, like guys throwing clubs or getting pissed off, most of the time those guys I mean, golf is really hard and they just kind of suck it up and you can't tell if they're playing good or playing bad. But tennis players, it seems like all of them, when they're playing bad,
they just lose it.
They lose it, and they lose it on their box and their coach, and they're throwing rackets and breaking crap.
Well, McEnroe made a career out of it. I don't.
And maybe it's guys like that enable that type of behavior, but that one's really bad for me. It drives me crazy. The other one is this really bothers me when DBs especially celebrate. They'll do a pass breakup or something right after getting torched for 3 touchdowns and like they're down 27 points and they'll break up a pass and they'll get up and do their little stupid shtick. Like, dude.
Yeah.
Shut up.
And my new version of that, which I feel like I call it the Freddie Mitchell because it was big when he was with the Eagles, is celebrating and pointing and running 10 yards downfield and signaling every first down, even if you're down by 21 points. Wow, you did your job. You gained 10 yards. Like, it wasn't a diving catch. It wasn't a 50-yard bomb. It wasn't a touchdown. You caught a 4-yard out that just got past the sticks.
Awareness.
Like, yeah!
Cam Newton got dragged for that. They'd be down by like 3 touchdowns, and he would run one in and then do the
You're Superman. You wouldn't be losing, dummy.
Cam, you're down by 14 with like 4 minutes left.
That one really bothers me.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. Like the coaches in general. Can you say what's the most off-putting? Can I just say coaches in general? Like 90% of coaches I find to be just off-putting. And it's rare when you get a good one that you like. Like I really appreciate it. And we've been pretty lucky with people we covered. Like, I thought Mike Riley was delightful. I thought Mike Bellotti was pretty solid. I think Dan Lanning's a pretty good guy. The David Shaw I thought was a really class act at Stanford, and Chris Peterson. And then it makes you appreciate when you see the good ones, because there's just so many hypocritical, self-serving, red-ass douches in the coaching world.
Yeah. Another one with DBs is the couple people brought this up on the Vancouver Ford text line. It's when the quarterback throws a terrible
he had nothing to do with.
So that's why the pass, wasn't completed, and then the DB celebrating like he broke it up.
It's like, you're just jumping around because the other player's terrible, man.
DBs and receivers do live in their own little world. And maybe that's the tennis thing, is it really is a game amongst itself. You're just out there on a little island, and it's like these little individual wars, and they sure do like to celebrate.
Babies.
Well, and some of it too now is that DBs and receivers have realized that there's a lot of money to be made if you get a name for yourself. So, look at like Odell Beckham. Can we play the fun game of when's the last time Odell Beckham was good?
The Super Bowl where he tore his ACL, probably.
I mean, he just...
Wasn't he the one that had that big outstretched catch?
Yeah, when he was with the Giants against the Cowboys.
Back then, he was good.
But Odell Beckham made a name for himself because he made a name for himself. He was a solid receiver, but he's never the best receiver in the league. But he became a big deal. And there's a lot of guys that are like that now, that realize that building a brand is... it's as important to them as actually being successful on the field. And I think that's why a lot of the DBs and receivers, because it is a very much a point at me thing.
I've been watching that receiver show on Netflix, and boy, they're a
lot to take.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Even Devontae Adams, who's like the seasoned vet, he is all about Devontae Adams.
Yeah.
Like it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
These guys.
It's a unique position in the game of football.
He said on there, I don't even judge anything it's not about wins and losses for me. It's about my legacy or something like that.
The old legacy.
And he comes across as like a pretty bright guy and got his stuff together, good family man. But man, when he talks, it's like, dude, you are so full of yourself. I mean, Jordan Jefferson kind of comes across that way.
Yeah.
Devontae Adams doesn't.
Yeah.
But when you hear him talk, they're the same.
Sure. I don't know. And maybe it's just like I said, the position lends itself to that. It's the AAU 7-on-7 type of culture. I don't know what exactly about it is the reason behind it. I think there's a lot of things, but yes, I just think receivers and DBs live in their own world. And anyone that's played the game will tell you that is, it's by far the easiest positions to peg what sort of personality is going to be the standout one. Just is.
All right. We've got little Deommodore Lenoir audio.
Speaking of DBs.
This is audio you didn't know you needed.
But now I do.
You didn't know that, though.
But I do now.
Yeah. I think it's quality.
And I haven't heard it, so I'm excited.
And it's really what's going on in this audio.
It's diabolical.
Yeah. It's really something that no one else ever in the history of Earth has thought.
It's stunning.
I am excited now. You have...
Let's put it this way. He likes something that is...
drives the rest of us insane.
Yes, it drives us all crazy. He loves it.
Is it black licorice?
Black licorice.
That sucks.
No,
I also hate black
people
licorice.
that like black licorice, I don't trust. It's instantly...
but is black licorice... I mean, I haven't seen black licorice for years.
Exactly.
Is that even out there?
I think it still exists. I'm just saying, if we sit down and I meet you and you're like, hey, would you like some licorice? And I'm like, yes, I would like a delicious red vine. And you're like, yeah, it's black licorice. You can go to hell. We're done hanging out. That's a deal breaker for me. I don't trust you.
All right, we'll be right back. It is 4:20 on The Fan.
Everyone's talking about the big
If let's say you get your, and by the way, we're going to be talking about cocaine sharks later in the program.
Absolutely. Like we're not going to talk about cocaine sharks? Hello?
It is a headline today. But imagine you get your leg bitten off by a shark, okay? And then you have to surf in one-legged or paddle in. But it would be a lot cooler if you surfed in one-legged.
That would. Pretty badass, though, that he still had the wherewithal to get back on the board. And then
he got in.
He caught a wave.
Yeah. And he... Think of there's like nothing that can be good in that moment, right?
No.
The only thing that can give you hope or make you feel better is that, oh, hey, there's my leg.
Hey, look at that.
Right?
Yeah.
And so you just throw it in the back you throw it in the trunk.
Yeah.
And maybe they can throw it back on there.
It's like someone starts saying, always look on the broad side of life. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm guessing shock in that moment, but, hey,
man.
my leg.
I just think that'd be cool. Like, there's my leg.
Yeah. Kind of nice of the
Things are
shark
looking up.
to not like to spit it back out. The shark comes in, it's like, takes the leg and then realizes, I don't want this. And, hey, maybe the shark is the one that felt bad, thought it was the seal. Turns out it's not a seal. Maybe the shark, kind of.
Well, that's usually why
he hawk-tooed the leg back onto the shore.
Yeah. That's usually why they attack, right?
Yeah,
they mistake you.
Yeah, sharks don't necessarily want to eat us. They just think you're a seal, and so they do a little exploratory, hey, what's this? And then once they find out that you're like gross human, then they just, they spit you out. Unfortunately, that whole bleed to death thing is
But that guy lived, right?
Yeah, he lived.
He did?
Yeah.
Because if your leg's completely bitten off,
it had to be pretty low. Because if it gets up high, then you get the femoral artery, and then you're
bleeding. You're done.
You're done.
Like you can't.
And I guess someone was on the beach, like a cop, and they got a tourniquet on it, like ASAP. So but you can bleed out pretty fast. Like the whole leg thing, everyone's like, oh, like I got shot in the leg. No, you hit that artery, and it's your ass, Mr. Postman.
Yeah, it comes flooding out of there.
Yeah, so you gotta make sure that everything's on the up and up. Get that tourniquet on there, but
So a little bit of audio here. This comes to us from Deommodore Lenoir, former Oregon Duck, who is now with the San Francisco 49ers. He was doing a podcast. Who is this gal on this?
It's Kay Adams. She hosts Good Morning Football on the NFL Network, and then she also has this show, Up and Adams, on FanDuel TV.
Okay, so she's interviewing Deommodore Lenoir, and this is on video. And,
by the way.
Yeah.
Kay Adams can get it.
She can get it, says Buck.
Wait, Buck, you big jerk. Why'd you got to go there? I was merely talking about what a talented sports broadcaster.
She's incredibly talented.
And now
Have you watched her
Buck's
host a
over
show?
here trying to sexualize her.
I've watched her host hundreds of shows.
What's her name?
Kay Adams. She was rumored to have a thing with Shams.
Really?
What?
Yeah.
Look at that power couple. I'm just saying,
Is Shams married?
I don't think so.
But I'll tell you what, check out this little thing.
Well,
right there.
I have Google.
Told you she can get it.
I'm uncomfortable with that, Buck.
Why?
You're making me uncomfortable.
Okay, so anyway.
You're making me uncomfortable.
What were we talking about?
We're talking about Kay.
Kay Adams is interviewing Deommodore Lenoir, and you can hear his smoke alarm or smoke detector beeping in the background.
Okay.
I want to know whose job was it to change the batteries in the smoke detector?
Oh man, that was not nobody's job. My smoke detector still go off right now.
I'm hearing it.
Yeah.
Is that your smoke detector?
Yes. I didn't switch the batteries. I don't know. Maybe I'm doing it wrong.
Deommodore, were you sleeping with this going like? Well, I don't understand.
I didn't hit Swift so hard, I don't even hear it.
You're telling me you slept an entire night with that noise in the background? How many nights?
This has been going on since last season. It's been good luck, so I just let it go. Like I've been playing good so far the whole season. I just, I'm kind of superstitious. Like,
are you joking?
I do the same thing. No, I'm serious.
Where are you right now? Like where?
Santa Clara.
You're in Santa Clara, and you're there often, and you're telling me that you haven't changed the battery in your smoke detector in over a year?
Yes.
And you don't even hear that?
Like, I don't even hear it no more.
And it's because you're superstitious.
Superstitious.
Deommodore, this is the crazy. I've done a lot of crazy things. I've heard a lot. This is the craziest thing I've ever heard. I literally want to scratch my skin off because I keep hearing this noise, and you don't even hear it.
Yeah.
Huh.
Isn't that wild?
That is wild.
Dude, who likes that?
Or who can ignore it?
Yes, that is the most annoying thing in the home. Can you find something more annoying than that in your home?
No, because when it goes off, I have had this happen where in the middle of the night, I will go hunting. This was a while back, but like I couldn't find where the noise was coming from.
Yeah.
And I could not ignore it. Like it is impossible. It is a wormhole that will be bored through your eardrum. And yet he just is shrugging it off.
For a year.
Sleeping through it.
That's psychotic.
That is so weird.
Yes.
That is, as a matter of fact, I don't really know why they have, well, I mean, I get the whole idea of, fires, in wanting to warn you of fires.
Sure.
But I don't really get why the technology has not come further that they can avoid the stupid intermittent beep. Even when you replace the battery.
Yeah.
Right? It'll beep, and then you go replace the battery, and then it still beeps.
And sometimes, like you said, you think it's one, and it's not. It turns out to be the other one, and it's
Why?
maddening.
I don't
it's
understand
the most annoying thing in the world. There should be a switch that you just flip it off.
Correct.
Look, I'm not going to lie. There may or may not be 2 smoke detectors right now at my house that are inoperable because of this.
Yeah, I have 3.
Yeah, where I'm
and they're in a drawer. My wife's is like, I'm done. I'm taking
throw them outside when they start going off.
I'm taking these down.
And then one of these days, the fire is going to happen, and you'll be like, "Man, if only we
had a smoke alarm."
Does he ever have guests? Does he have company? Does it not bother them? Like if you were having people over, you'd still have that going on?
Yeah, you can't. You can't have that.
Very bizarre. I've never heard of anyone liking that.
And it's superstitious, so he just embraces it. That can't be. He's got to be doing bits. There's no way.
He's probably just not home.
Yeah, a year of.
And it's not. Yeah, it's loud too.
It is. It is a loud, but it's kind of like I said. It's kind of hard to pinpoint. Like if you're in your bedroom and you hear that, you don't instantly know where that thing's coming from. And then you have to stand underneath one of the smoke alarms and wait for it. And I swear to God, it knows when you're under there and it won't go off until you go and lay back down and then it goes off again.
And then you punch it with a broom.
You just start beating it. There is one in our hallway that now, it was one of the ones without a battery. It plugged in. It was hardwired.
Hardwired.
It's just now laying on like the railing. And there's just a hole in the ceiling. Because I refused to.
We have 3 of those. We took them down.
Yeah, you're like I'm out.
So if there's a fire, it's on us.
Pretty much at this point.
I don't care.
Yeah. And then you're cooking some bacon or something, and that thing goes off, and that's over. You're like, yeah,
it's just bacon. You should know that. It's not a fire.
How are they not smarter by now? You should be
what
able to
I
know the
mean.
difference between bacon and your house being on fire.
I just think
but what
the
happens like if
technology
you're
is-
on fire though, and it smells like barbecue pork, and then I guess if you're on fire though, the smoke alarm would know. Maybe like one of those Simply Safe things, like one of those like are those any like better?
What's that?
Because I think don't they have now like the home security things like that are also fire?
They also have like a carbon monoxide detector or something like that. So if there's
You know me, I have no alarms, no anything in my house. It's just ripe for the fire or the murders or whatever. But I think normal people have like alarm systems now that are all built into one where you got like police, fire, medical. It's like 911 all built into one thing.
Also, you need 9 volts for those dumb things.
Yeah, that's right. Al.
And who has?
No one has.
No,
What do I
no
have?
one uses 9 volts.
Do I have like an RC car somewhere? Like no one has a
Yeah.
9-volt.
It's just, come on, man.
Let's evolve. Let's move. You're right in that the fire safety needs. It's been the same since like 1970.
Yes,
we need to step up.
Those were my childhood home had those.
The best part is we a bunch of years ago we had to have our home. What do you call it? Like when you get it refinanced. The guy comes around. No, the guy comes around.
Appraised?
Appraised. Yeah, you got to get a home. Had to get a home appraisal, and we did have to get smoke alarms.
The appraisers,
they make you. So I
that's
did
an easy one for them.
Yeah, I did go out and it's like that. The only time you ever deal with a smoke alarm is like when you're selling a house or like you're having it appraised or whatever.
Or it's malfunctioning.
Yeah, and then right after that, you don't care. It's
That's
in a
right.
drawer somewhere.
That's right. Even the people that are buying the house don't care.
No.
It's just the appraiser has to care for them.
Yes.
But the people are like, yeah, we'll take those down.
Don't worry, those things will be
Those
gone.
beeps are annoying.
2 weeks after we move in.
All right, in the news is next. What's up with packs of dogs killing people around here? We'll have an expose. Here is Buck with SportsCenter.
This is a Big Ten Media
And now you can be seated. It is National Tequila Day.
Oh, all right. Yeah. You know my feelings on tequila. It's very mid.
We've talked about tequila. Well, some tequila is and some tequila isn't. Some tequila is really good. You know, mezcal is really popping these days.
It's my least favorite of the tequilas.
Well, it's not. It's mezcal. It's different.
That's true.
But it's in the tequila family.
It's in the tequila family, right?
Yeah, I like mezcal more than tequila.
Damn.
Smokier. Also, Jace, it is National Drive-Through Day.
Oh,
today.
Okay. Making us fatter by the day. Nothing good comes from a drive-through.
Now, who do we credit for the original drive-through? Isn't it the In-N-Out guys?
Is it In-N-Out?
Don't they get credit for that?
I don't know.
I always thought it was In-N-Out. Had the first one.
Have they been around that long? I would assume, like, not the old drive-ins, like from the 1950s and stuff. Is that kind of the same thing? Like you would park and they'd roller skate your burger out to you?
That's not a drive-through. You're talking about drive-in movie
First
theater?
identified drive-through restaurant was Red's Giant Hamburger in Springfield, Missouri.
Really?
Isn't that McDonald's?
Is it? Red's Giant? Did that become McDonald's?
No. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna need to, for whatever reason, I don't know why that strikes a chord with
1947.
me. Yeah, I was gonna say that's old school.
Widely credited as being America's first drive-through restaurant.
Is there any does anything ever good come from a drive-through? Can you go through and get like anything that isn't gonna kill you at a drive-through?
They're saying that In-N-Out in 1948, so 1 year later, Harry Snyder opened In-N-Out, and that was California's first drive-through hamburger stand.
Okay.
It looks like the drive-through was preceded by car hops, which is like, when you go to like a Sonic and they bring it out to you.
Yeah.
Kirby's Pig Stand started that in 1921.
Old Kirby's.
1921.
Old school.
Damn, dude.
I like when you see a liquor store with a drive-through. I've always appreciated that.
I've never seen that.
You ever seen those?
A lot of those in Texas.
Yeah, a lot of
That's
drive-up
great.
liquor stores. You just roll up in your car and grab yourself a 12er and a bottle of tequila.
I think Arizona has them too.
You know what's wild is McDonald's. So In-N-Out had the first burger drive-through in 1948. You know when McDonald's put in their first drive-through?
What do you got?
1975.
McDonald's was
really? Yeah.
That's shocking.
Burger King the same.
Then we got the first double vehicle drive-through in 1987.
What now? Wait, what's
like you have
What's
multiple intercoms, so you can serve multiple orders at once, like the 2 lanes.
Yeah, well, like when I lived down in Florida, they had like Rallies and Checkers, which were pretty good, and they didn't even have you can't go in. That's all it is a drive-through. Like there's no in dining. You just roll up, get it in your car, and get the hell out. They got 2 lanes and keep them moving.
I always pick the wrong lane.
I know.
I don't go through drive-thrus a lot, but when I do, I have bad luck. I'm like, oh, this one's gonna be great. Look at that, there's no one in, and then I sit there for 5 minutes, and then I back out and go into the other one.
You fool. It's always the lane that you pick. It's always the slow lane. At least like in when you're not in your car, you ever assess the line and you're like, there's an old person, that person's got a bunch of kids. You got to pick the line with like single, like middle-aged dudes that want no interaction whatsoever.
If you can see it.
Yes.
But
when you're in your
sometimes you
car,
can't tell.
you can't. It's a blind shot.
A Portland mother of 2 is fighting for her life in the ICU after she was mauled by a pack of dogs last week.
Yikes.
She lost an arm and an ear.
Oh my gosh. That is terrible.
This was July 15th. It happened in North Portland, near North Columbia Boulevard. They found several dogs had attacked a woman. Her name is Maitoka Petrie. She was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. 2 other people attempted to intervene but were also injured, but did not have to be transported to the hospital.
Yeah, 8 dogs, right, were involved in this?
8?
That is a full-on pack.
The animal.
There ain't nothing you can do when there's 8 dogs.
Yeah, the animals are currently being held at Multnomah County Animal Services,
we know what's
pending
happening.
investigation.
Yeah, we know what's happening there. Do we know what kind of
But
dogs?
what is this, though? Is this like... I mean, look, I get it. These doggies, even your pet dog, they operate on instinct, and they're still technically wild animals, I guess,
Well,
but what is this when 8 dogs just are cruising around taking people's arms off?
Well, I think this was at an encampment.
It was.
So, right there. I mean, it's a homeless encampment.
So are those dogs then, like,
They're just
they're just more like street dogs.
Well, and I'm sure at that point, it could be that the homeless people are using them for defense.
Yeah.
Look, those dogs aren't being raised and socialized. The encampment that I ride through on a regular basis to see different things. And by the way, I did see something today. We need to talk about it. Let's just say a frothing wound is involved.
Ugh.
Boy, I'm telling you, it's something else. But they have dogs there all the time, and unfortunately, there's a lot of pit bulls and just kind of dogs that as you go by they bark, they growl. A lot of them are running loose. Some of them are chained up. It's just not a good environment. And if you get a bunch of dogs that are a pack like that, they get real territorial, and someone wanders through, and there you go.
So let's say that.
And they do say that the more dogs you get, it becomes scary because of the pack mentality.
Exactly, and that's what I was going to ask. So if little Molly 10 G's, my little mutt, is because she can be fierce, or at least she thinks she is.
Oh yeah.
Like if she's running around and gets with a pack of dogs, even though she doesn't attack. I mean, like she's our pet. Like she doesn't attack anyone.
Yeah.
She's just very territorial. She can be a little barky. Is she then following these dogs and suddenly trying to take somebody's arm off?
Absolutely.
My little Molly Two Poops?
Little Molly Two Poops. Hey,
One of the pack now.
She grew up on the mean streets of Tijuana, man.
She did.
You don't know what she's seen and done.
Yeah, she maybe has taken an arm.
It's possible.
But she wasn't in Tijuana. She was in Guadalajara.
Well, to be fair, Molly Two Poops probably took off like a toe or a finger, but
or tried to take
off something.
But
but they do say that packs of dogs are really dangerous because they become feral.
So
and
even
you get
if
one that's the alpha, and if that dog decides to attack, everyone else is too.
Yeah. Okay. So even if it's not just the dogs in the homeless camp. It's like if all the dogs in my neighborhood all just started roaming around together, we'd have a problem.
You could absolutely. Yeah. I've learned that from Caesar Milan and others.
Somebody showed me. Have you heard of the? Is it the Doggy Doctor? Have you heard of him?
No.
Is that his name?
I'm not familiar with the Doggy Doctor. But they have this like in other countries that have stray dog problems. It can be real problematic because the dogs form little packs, and those dogs absolutely can get territorial and they steal from people, and it's an issue. Other places we don't get a lot of that here in the U.S. because we don't really get a lot of wild stray packs. Normally we take care of those. We have dog catchers and animal control services, but the fact that this was at an encampment, aka homeless, I think anything goes. And I don't know. I swear to God, it's always the same type of dog. There's like 3 types of dogs, and it's always one of those. It's never.
Well, it's a pit bull.
Usually, it's like a pit bull, a Rottweiler,
a Rottie,
or some kind of mix of that. Maybe a German Shepherd. It's never a Labradoodle. As much as I give Buck crap for the Labradoodle,
that's right. You won't see Posey mauling anyone's arms.
Yeah, you don't see Labradoodles that are involved in maulings and deaths. There's always just a couple of the breeds, and unfortunately, a lot of the people that shouldn't own those dogs want those dogs for that very reason.
All right, coming up next, I've got hot fire news.
It says letting the homeless and their feral pit bulls do whatever they want. It doesn't appear to be working in Portland. No, that is not a great strategy. No, it's not good.
I get so sad when I see dogs with homeless people.
Well, we heard.
And I'm not sad for the homeless people. I'm sad for the dogs.
Yeah. Well, you know my story. I tried to remedy that once and didn't work.
All right, fire news is next. It is 4:51 on the Fan.
On fire emojis.
This is the Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories, brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
Line drive, left center, a base hit. That will give Kevin
news. Last story here in the news today. Fire.
On fire emojis.
It's wild out there.
Feeling hot, hot, hot. I think we have the largest in the country now.
The Durkee fire in Eastern Oregon is the top wildfire priority in the country, in the USA.
Number one right now in the U.S. You've never seen a fire like this.
Yeah, it's out there. I don't know exactly where it is, but it's become the largest wildfire currently burning in the state. It is now the number one priority in the country, according to the Northwest Interagency Coordination Center, the NICC.
Ah, yes. Those guys.
Even as thousands of personnel also continue to battle dozens of other wildfires throughout Oregon. So we had a bunch of thunderstorms last week. We had about 2,000 lightning strikes statewide, and that's what started this stupid fire.
Are we still doing the whole nothing to see here, this is normal, that like every year that our country just burns to the ground, and we're doing
climate change is a hoax?
No big deal.
Well, I mean, it is an annual thing, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
we know it's coming.
It seems to be getting worse.
Of the 44 major wildfires burning in Oregon and Washington,
44?
Yes.
Good grief.
34 of them are here in Oregon. You guys only have 10 up there.
Doing
you little bitch.
That's because we've been raking our forests. I don't know what you're talking about. We're doing great up there.
So the fire has grown to 244,858 acres. That that does nothing for me. I need a. I don't know what that means.
Acre thing. You don't know what an acre is?
Well, I do, but 245,000 acres is like kind of hard to. I don't know. That doesn't seem that big.
You know what like a 10-acre property looks like? Someone that's homes on 10 acres.
Yeah.
Well, 245,000. That's a.
No, I get it, Jason. I just.
You need.
I'd like a little better. Hey, it's the size of 77,000 football fields or whatever. You know, give me an anecdote.
I'm Googling right now.
I'm dumb.
How big is 245,000 acres?
Yeah, what's it say?
I'm trying to see if we can get anything.
It is, by the way.
It's giving me a lot of feet here, though. So
this fire is 0% contained, which doesn't seem good. Yeah, it doesn't seem good.
No, I thought they can't even say 1% contained.
0. They're also saying that 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts are coming.
Yeah, that's problematic.
Oh my God. What is happening out there?
Well, and that's tough too, because the firefighters at that point you can't even fight the blaze because the fire will jump over you, and that's all kinds of bad.
They're also saying, the wind gusts are coming from thunderstorms that are on the way, so that could lead to landslides, flash floods.
All right, I got this for you.
With the fire,
I got this. So
it's like end of days type stuff.
The average football field is around 57,000 square feet. 1 acre is about 43,000 square feet. So 1 acre covers between 75 and 80% of a football field.
Okay.
So, I guess if you wanted to do that, you say 245,000 acres. I don't know. It's 200 and, I guess that would be maybe 200,000.
You're doing great.
200,000 and some change football fields? Does that do anything for you?
No.
No, that doesn't do anything for you.
No.
You can't imagine.
I need a bigger.
You can't imagine 200,000 football fields.
No. I need a bigger. Like somebody said, it's equivalent to 382 miles. Okay, now you're talking.
That's better than the football field thing?
Yes. Because a mile is bigger.
It's way easier to picture a football field than it is a mile.
Yeah, but not 200,000 football fields. 382 miles, I get it. That's like
I don't think you get it.
That's
but that's a straight line. This is
I know, but it helps. Shut up.
Shut up. It's a big ass fire.
Yeah, sucks.
Fire away, big boy.
75-mile-an-hour winds.
Sucks. All right, there's your In the News, July 24, 2024. Hot 5 at 5 is next. Who Kyle Shanahan offered a job to. Rose Bowl news. And beep, beep, beep. Scholarships. More scholarships are coming to college sports.
Yes.
And the Mariners lost. It's a 5:02 on the Fan.
Recently, a national auto body nonprofit surveyed collision repairs and found
What's up? Hope you're having a nice little Wednesday. It's your Sports Bros, Rob and Sook's. Big Sook right over there. He's got tales to tell from his homeless encampment that he lives in later today.
I saw something, again, the best part about riding through there is you never know what you're going to see on any given day. And I saw something today that it's going to stick with me for a while.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
We have cocaine shark news tonight in the club.
Speaking of things that'll stick with you.
And a terrifying ordeal for one man And it brings up a what would you do in this scenario?
I was thinking about that with
we'll get to that.
We were talking about the lady that got mauled by the pack of dogs and got her arm, like an ear and an arm ripped off. Like, I was thinking, like, of the scenarios that you could find yourself in, that's one of the worst. Like, just the idea of 8 pit bulls or Rottweilers, big ass scary dogs, and just descend upon you. Like, and they're just the viciousness of that. I just can't think of a worse, like much of a worse scenario to find yourself in. It's just some poor lady just walking and then you're just a pack of wild dogs. Like you see those nature documentaries, like the hyenas, like jumping on something. You just have no chance.
Would you rather have that or the giant anaconda ambushing you?
I think I'd rather just deal with the anaconda. At least I got one thing, like, I mean, you're not making it out of there alive either way, but it'd be like the idea of like a pack of wolves or one bear. I think I'd rather just deal with the one bear. Like my ass is kicked either way, but at least I just have to somehow either play dead or get one thing to leave me alone or stab one thing in the eye and maybe it leaves me alone. But you got like 8 dogs coming at you. They are going to rock your ass for 2 hours. They are.
2 hours?
2 hours.
Jeez.
And that's not a fast thing that happens. They just rip
what
you
makes
apart.
What makes them stop?
I don't know.
Like when they're gnawing on your arm.
Well, they rip it off. I mean, maybe that's what it is. Then they got a couple of them that are fighting over your severed arm. I don't know.
See, I think that's why I'd choose the dogs because there's a chance you live. Like this woman lived.
Yeah.
The anaconda, you're dying, dude. Well, that thing is constricting.
Well, she only lived though because other people came to help her. So I'm guessing if people came and helped you with the anaconda, like,
is that why she only lived? I don't think we know that.
I mean, some people tried to intervene; they got hurt too.
Yeah, so maybe they went down too, and maybe the dogs just stopped. I mean,
the dogs got tired. They're like, we got an ear and an arm, and points proven. And then you go back to being, you go back to your homeless encampment. I don't know. That story stuck with me. Like I saw the photos of that lady. She's a pretty gal and had a little kid there, and I just thought about what that must be like, and that stuck with me all break. Just the idea of because again, I do ride my bike through a sketchy area of homeless people because the things you see are kind of crazy. But I don't know, like if I'm riding on my bike and all of a sudden like 3 dogs jump on me and I go down on the bike,
that would be terrifying.
I kind of now maybe rethinking my strategy here.
What if could you if 3 dogs started chasing you on your bike?
Yeah, I could outrun them.
You could outrun those?
Yeah.
Or does it depend where you are and the terrain that you're on?
No, the bike goes like you can get going pretty fast. There's no way a dog's catching me on the bike.
What if then you hit a big hill?
Oh, now I'm in trouble. That's problematic because you ain't going fast up the big hill.
A German Shepherd can run up to 30 miles an hour, a Greyhound 45.
Wow, really?
Yeah. Well, the Greyhound's going to get me, but you can get going pretty easily on a bike. You can get going 20.
Well, then the other one's going to get you too. They said
Pit bulls reach a speed of 25 to 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, dude, I think they're chasing you down.
Bitch.
God, that would suck.
Yeah, right? Because when you do ride through there, they do have pit bulls. I've never actually been, but necessarily chased by any of them, but they are out roaming around down there in that encampment that I kind of go through, and it certainly gets your attention when you see them.
I'd find a different route.
Yeah, but
or is it route?
Route. I know this is kind of making me rethink my.
Be careful, dude. I don't want to present you as a dead on In the News.
Take that L on the way out.
Seriously. I mean, I think I head for the Barnes & Noble and maybe safety there. It's right across the street.
All right, it is time now for the Hot 5 at 5:11.
Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Soup.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Soup. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victoricos.com. Number 5.
The Winter Olympics are returning to Salt Lake City, your homeland.
Yes.
In 2034.
They did a great job in the, what would that have been?
2002.
2002.
Yeah, because I was right at the tail end of that. They did a nice job there.
They beat out, no one.
No one wants them.
No one wanted the Olympics. Salt Lake was the only city that was considered.
Well, and Salt Lake has a lot of the infrastructure built up. But yeah, a lot of these places now, no one wants to spend the billions of dollars. The people don't want it. It's
the idea of all these countries submitting bids now is essentially dead.
Yes.
You're going to get repeat host cities a lot from now on, I think.
Yeah. It's just a giant money waste for 2 weeks.
The U.S. also gets the Summer Games in 2028 as they will be returning to the City of Angels.
Yeah. So again, be prepared.
That's Los Angeles.
Hey, is UCLA there?
I don't know.
And USC.
I'm not sure.
If DeShaun Foster could tell us.
Yeah, if anybody would know, it'd be him.
No.
The coach.
Number 4.
Niners coach Kyle Shanahan says the great Bill Belichick politely turned down the defensive coordinator position in San Francisco.
Yeah, he said basically he would give him any job he wanted. And Bill was like, no.
Shanahan adding that he can't believe Grumpy Bill isn't a head coach on a team right now.
I can't.
Offensive tackle Trent Williams of the Niners holding out of camp. Wants more monies.
Well, he is the best tackle in football, but the holdout thing is still, like, you're fined $50,000 a day for not being there. So, and they can't, they used to be you could waive those fines. They're not allowed to do that anymore. So, that's an expensive point you're trying to make there. See how many years he has left.
One NBA coaching note, Knicks give Tom Thibodeau a 3-year extension. He has led New York to the conference semifinals in back-to-back years. On the fan.
Well, he's got a potential out, but he's signed for a couple more years. So they've got him. They've got him for a while.
Dozens more scholarships are coming to college sports. The NCAA increasing Scully limits to 105 for football.
Yeah, some of the coaches wanted they were trying to push for 140.
Why?
I don't know.
Doesn't that just cost them more money?
They just wanted a bunch of players, but 104, and all these kids are going to be on scholarships.
105.
105. Yeah, the walk-on thing is so all these kids will be on scholarships.
So it used to be 85. Football goes up to 105. Baseball goes from 11.7 to 34.
Yeah.
Softball goes from 12 to 25, and volleyball goes from 12 to 18.
It's crazy that baseball, if you didn't know, even the powerhouse baseball programs, dude, those kids were getting partial scholarships.
Yeah.
Because they only had so many to go around.
Yeah, so this is all part of the settlement in that House versus NCAA lawsuit.
Yes.
So,
but it will cost the schools more money, but the big ones will be fine.
Number 2.
The Rose Bowl wants out of the college football playoff semifinal rotation. They are pushing to keep their traditional New Year's Day 2 p.m. kickoff time slot.
Am I the only one at this point that thinks that the Rose Bowl is kind of an old, grumpy bitch?
No, I think most people think that.
Just get over yourself.
They are the only bowl, if you think about it, they're the only bowl played on the same date and time every year, or at least supposed to be.
Yeah.
Reports some of their committee actually believe that ties to the Tournament of Roses on that day, January 1st, is as important as the game itself.
Oh, for the love of Pete.
Narrator says it was not.
Yeah, they're trying to preserve that. If they get their wish, the Rose would be a college football playoff quarterfinal game each season. The final decision on this will be made by the College Football Playoff Management Committee.
The Rose Bowl should be the championship of football every season. The Rose Bowl is glorious, but they're being weird.
Well, they want to play on the first, though.
Yeah, and they still want the Pac-12. Oh, wait. No. That's done. So who even plays in the...
Well, it's going to be it'll be
some
a
quarterfinal team.
So. Let's do it. So they're already losing the Pac-12 Big Ten thing. For a myriad of reasons. One, it's now a playoff game, and two, the Pac-12 is not even a thing.
Number 1.
And the Mariners managed just one run today. They lose to the Angels 2-1. They get swept. The Astros rolled the A's 8-1. Houston, their lead in the AL West is now 1.
Yeah, the Mariners have officially blown a 10-game lead in that division.
Well, they did it fast.
Yes, they did. I mean, they have been absolutely...
In a month.
They've been dreadful. And, I mean, getting swept by the Angels is one thing, but did they score more than 2 runs in any of those games?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so. I mean, it's
ridiculous.
It is so bad. And now they got a bunch of injuries, and it's all over.
Other finals, Rockies put up 20 on the Red Sox. 20-7. Brewers over the Cubs 3-2. Pirates shut out the Cards 5-0. Reds over the Braves 9-4. You got the Mets and the Yankees going at it. 3-2 Mets, bottom of 4.
Yeah, we already gave the Yankees the business yesterday, and we're doing it again.
You guys can't be stopped.
Pete Alonso with a 2-run shot to take the lead. Thank you very much.
The Hot 5 at 5 brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Order now at victorricos.com. Is it too early for Big Ten football betting lines?
Seriously, look at this. This is the
Say no.
It's no. The answer is no. But this is the Mariners' last handful of games. 2-1, 5-1, 3-1. That's getting swept by the Angels. They lost to the Astros 4-2, 3-0, and then remember they got beat by the Angels for 3 before the break, 3-2, 2-1, and then that big 6-5 loss that they had. I mean, it's abysmal.
It's embarrassing.
It really is. I mean, it's one thing to be on a losing streak. It's another thing to be on a losing streak and scoring 2 runs.
Their pitchers should boycott.
Yeah, somewhere Felix Hernandez is just sitting back in his chair and weeping. It's like
he's like, hey, give me a bat. I'll hit better than these Punch and Judies.
Couldn't be much worse.
All right, Big Ten football betting lines next on The Fan.
Yeah. The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt.
You know, we had 2 different texts from 2 different listeners asking for a welfare check with how bad the Mariners are playing. One is for your brother.
Yeah, I don't know.
And I did text him. I simply said welfare check ? And he has not responded. So that's not good.
No.
And the other one is Softy from KJR.
He's probably. Well, I was gonna say he's probably crying, but my guess is it's not a tearful thing. It's just a lot of red-faced swearing and yelling.
Who do you think's taking it worse? Probably your brother. He's more of a fan.
I don't know, man. Softy.
Is he a big Mariner guy?
Oh, dude, he's anything in Seattle. Like, he cries and yells and screams, and it's a whole thing.
But he's not even from there, is he?
Yeah, he's from there. Yeah, he's from there.
Oh.
He's from up. I don't know. I don't talk to either one of them. So
your two favorite people.
I couldn't tell you.
You're probably loving this. You're like, suck it, John. Suck it, Softy.
I'm pretty sure, based on the Twitter timeline, that John was at the game in Oakland today watching the Mariners, was at the game in Anaheim watching in Seattle, watching the Mariners lose. Yeah, I know.
Buck, you having a stroke?
Yeah, I'm getting mixed up with the A's-Astros game, but I'm pretty sure it was just he was at the Mariners game in Seattle.
DeShaun Foster?
Yeah, something like that. I had more to say than DeShaun, though.
Well, anyway, Mariners suck. But hey, they have time to get it corrected.
They should probably get on that. Although, according to their general manager, don't expect any help coming because, well,
he can't pull off a trade.
Can't pull off a trade because everyone else wants to pull off a trade too.
Okay, you guessed the line. Big Ten football, early odds.
Okay.
For their biggest games, okay?
Let's go.
Colorado is playing at Nebraska.
That's a big game.
Well, it's an old rivalry. Remember last year was a big deal.
Yeah. And by the way, Colorado won that because that was the one. Was it Sims was the Nebraska quarterback that played arguably the worst game I've ever seen in my entire life?
He might be the worst quarterback I've ever seen.
It's so bad. And now they got the Raiola kid who's a freshman, but still.
5-star freshie.
Yeah. Although, dude, we've seen a lot of 5-star freshmen lately that have not been very good. See Dante Moore. Who was the kid at Arizona State that's now at Georgia?
Jalen
Rashada. Yeah, some of these 5-star kids that come in, it's not exactly lighting the world on fire. Arch Manning can't even get on the field.
So this game is at Nebraska.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to say Nebraska is favored by 3.5.
They are favored by 5.
Okay.
So pretty close.
Yeah.
I also, I don't know. Shedeur Sanders. I mean, I think Nebraska, I like Matt Rule.
Do you?
I do. I think he's a good coach.
Have you seen Nebraska lately?
Well, he just got there. I mean, look, he has won everywhere he's gone. You talk about these college coaches that...
That's not true. He didn't win the NFL.
Well, I know. I'm saying college. He turned around Temple, for God's sakes.
He did turn around Temple.
Baylor. I mean, he's really good. I think Nebraska will take a step up.
I was going to see if they were playing better at the end of the year, because they were dreadful at the beginning.
What was their record last year?
They
just didn't have an offense.
They went 5-7.
Yeah.
They went 5-7. I was looking to see at the end of the, because sometimes, at the end of the year, if you're playing better, but no, they lost 3 in a row they lost 4 in a row to end the season. Although they were close, lost by 3 to Michigan State, 3 to Maryland, lost to Wisconsin in overtime, and they lost to Iowa by 3, 10-13. So by your,
I remember that Iowa game. They almost won that.
So you look at that, and
I bet on that.
I could see that being a bounce back because, again, when
he's
you're
a good coach,
and you're losing close games. So you take a step forward, you get some good play out of your quarterback. They're not winning 10 games, but I could see that being an 8-win team.
So it's Nebraska -5, I think, value on the Huskers. Iowa State playing at Iowa.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
the
Iowa.
Cyhawk game?
Yeah, Iowa is. There are some people that think that Iowa could be a sneaky team because every year they play great defense, and supposedly they finally committed to not sucking at offense. I'm going to say Iowa, and you said, where's it at?
It's in Iowa City.
Okay.
So that's where Iowa is.
I'm going to still say Iowa. Boy, it terrifies me to say Iowa as a big favorite. But I'll say Iowa by 4.
Iowa -2.
Okay.
Tim Lester's new look Iowa offense wants to spread things out.
Yeah, Kirk Ferentz said at the media days that he thinks they could have a real good offense.
They have the potential to have a good offense this season.
It can't be any worse. I mean, I'll tell you what, though. if he comes in, this Lester comes in and just it's the same offense, then it's like the Mariners in their hitting. It doesn't matter who you bring in. It doesn't matter what the coach is. There's just certain places that like you just. It's some sort of Brady Bunch idol curse. Like you come to Iowa and you just, unless you're a tight end, you are going to suck at offensive football.
By the way, I just got an update from your brother who was at the Mariner game today.
Yeah.
And he says it's way worse in person. And then he shot me a picture and he said, this is what I saw when I walked out of the stadium. And it's one of those Jesus guys,
Yeah.
outside the stadium with the megaphone.
Yeah, yelling out we're all going to hell.
And his sign reads, "Ask me why you deserve to burn in hell."
Oh.
And John said, "I'm pretty sure I know the answer." Poor, sad John.
That's tough.
Texas at Michigan. This is good. Did you know they were playing? Oh, wait. No, wait. Yeah. Did you know they were playing? Well, I was...
You have a stroke?
Well, no, but
did Buck's stroke jump over to you?
For a second, I was thinking Texas. Oh wait, Texas joined the league. Wait, no, they didn't. They joined the SEC. Wait, this is a non-league game. Wait, who am I? Who's winning? What is occurring? Texas at Michigan.
Texas at Michigan. Texas is going to be favored.
What is occurring?
Texas is going to be favored by 5.
Texas -5.
Hey, look at that.
Nailed it.
Well, a lot of people are, don't really believe in Michigan. They only bring back, I think, 4 starters. It's a new coach. They're good recruiters, but it's not necessarily like top, it's not Georgia. So a lot of people think they're going to take a big step back. And Texas is just, people are slobbering all over Texas, saying that this is a national championship type team. And I mean, to be fair, they got into the playoff last year, didn't get over the hump. Washington gave it to them, but
Well, they have Quinn Ewers back.
Yep.
And they added a bunch of transfer receivers.
They got the kid out of Alabama, Isaiah Bond, and and they're saying that along the fronts, even though they lost their 2 best defensive linemen, they're saying that it's they got NFL bodies littered along the front line. So lot of faith right now in Texas. I'll need to see it. I'm not a big Sark guy, but Texas should handle Michigan with what they have coming back.
Here's another good non-con game. Alabama at Wisconsin.
Ooh.
Yeah, they're traveling up to Camp Randall.
That's kind of fun. Bama will
meet Tyler Van Dyke.
Bama will be favored by 6.5, 7.
8.
8.
Alabama -8.
All right, so I'm in the ballpark on most of these.
1, 2,
Wisconsin,
3.
I don't know a whole lot about what Luke Fickell has going on up there. I need to do a little dive into the old Badgers.
But they do have Tyler Van Dyke.
Which is
Van Dimes.
Van Dyke. He's not bad.
He got that trademarked, Tyler Van Dyke.
He was at Miami.
He was at Miami.
He could throw a little.
Yeah, like
he's not like your typical Wisconsin quarterback.
No. And hopefully under Fickell, like again, that's another place that you would hope that eventually, expand some offensive play. Yeah, you don't have to run the ball 70 times a game and just rely on defense. You're allowed to throw the ball. You can be good throwing the ball in today's modern college football. And then I'm interested in the DeBoer thing because who was our bro at Indiana that just said, "Google me, I win everywhere I go"?
Kurt Signetti.
Yeah, that guy who just is going to be an ass. Kalen DeBoer, all he does is win everywhere he goes. And dude, I know it got off to a rough start. A bunch of people were transferring out of Alabama. Dude, they say that he has stabilized that thing, that he is recruiting like a mother bear, which he didn't do at UW. And I've been listening to a lot of the football pundits or whatever that say that there's some juice down there at Alabama. And they're just saying everyone that thought that Alabama would tailspin after this and that DeBoer was a bad hire, there's some talk down there that Alabama might have something for some people.
Well, why would anyone say Kalen DeBoer's a bad hire?
I just think it was the idea of it was like beneath Alabama. That who is this DeBoer guy? Well, he's the guy.
Who would they want? I mean, you're following a legend.
Exactly.
So I think it's one thing to say, look, nobody can keep up the pace of Nick Saban.
Yeah.
That's one thing. It's another to say that Kalen DeBoer is a bad hire.
Well, they probably think they should get Kirby Smart because they're delusional.
Well, and I think the idea was that originally that it was Dabo, and now Dabo's not good enough because even though he won 2 national titles and beat you, but I think it was the idea that supposedly they went Sniffen, Lanning, Sark, and Norvell, and none of them supposedly were interested in the job. And so when you're Alabama and you take your 4th best choice, and again, it's not Nick Saban, and those people down in Alabama have never even heard of Washington. They're like, where was this guy at? And someone's like, dude, he played for the national title last year.
And he don't recruit?
I don't recruit. What are you talking about? He played for a national title. We win national titles here.
Fans are stupid.
They are dumb.
Kalen DeBoer was a good hire.
I think
now,
Kalen DeBoer will do
Is he
good.
Nick Saban? No.
No
So
one
that's, yeah, I mean, you're going to have to live with that. But USC at Michigan. The Trojans, first season in the Big Ten, comes with a roadie at the big house.
No one loves USC. Michigan's down. I'll say Michigan by 3.
Michigan -9.
Whoa.
Yes.
Whoa.
How about that?
Give me the points.
I will go ahead
Me
right
too.
now and lay a nice little sawbuck down on USC getting 9 points.
Get after it,
Let's
bro.
go. Let's go.
I've got 5 more, including Ohio State, Oregon, the top Big Ten games of the season.
Well, and can we just say that's the best game of the year?
Oh,
and
yeah.
and things can change, but as it sits right now, the
Oh,
game of
yeah.
the year is in, I think, October 12th in Austin
Oh,
Stadium.
look at you. You already have the date.
And
and
well, that's
everything.
like the marquee weekend of the year,
Yeah.
and that might be the best game on the entire slate.
Dude, it's that thing's just going to be juicy.
We'll get to that next. But first, Buck with Sports Center.
This is a
All right, well, since it's Big Ten Media Week and we have had 0 Big Ten media interviews, which is great. No, just our show. I mean, it's over by the time we're on the air. But Danny
lots
and
of them on the air.
Yeah, Danny and Dusty had Matt Rule today. Miller Moss, is that the guy's name?
Yes, USC quarterback.
He was on Dirt and Sprague show. So if you missed any of this stuff, there's a bunch of Big Ten interviews. You can get it on our app, the Odyssey app, podcasts, anywhere you get your podcasts. The whole thing.
Get a podcast here, podcast there. Everyone's got a podcast.
But we're going through the top 10 Big Ten football games and the odds. Colorado at Nebraska was Huskers -5.
Mm-hmm.
Iowa State at Iowa was Hawkeyes -2. Texas at Michigan, Longhorns -5. Bama at Wisconsin, Alabama -8. And USC at Michigan was Wolverines -9.
Boy, that is just, again, that may just be the idea that Michigan will run the ball 39 million times and USC won't stop it.
Now, here are the top 5 Big Ten games. These are all league games.
Mm-hmm.
We start with Ohio State at Penn State.
Ohio State by 3.
5.
Okay.
Oregon at Michigan.
Duckies by 5.
Oregon -4.
Okay.
That is the best offensive line against the best defensive line.
I just don't know if Michigan has enough
in the Big Ten,
enough firepower to handle Oregon. If it doesn't turn into just a ground and pound sort of thing. Well, maybe the Michigan quarterback, maybe that surprised you a bit. Again, we don't really know what Michigan's going to look like because they only have 4 returning starters. So that's interesting. The only one of these, by the way, that has surprised me is the USC Michigan line. Everything else has been, within a point or two of what we thought.
Penn State at USC.
Well, boy, they've certainly given USC no credit whatsoever when they're playing Michigan, and Penn State is highly thought of. I'll say Penn State on the road. Give me Penn State by 6.
Penn State -5.
Okay. Just no love, by the way, for USC.
Nope.
That may be, again, the more I think about that, the more I wonder if USC's got a little something up their sleeve for people.
And finally, we have Michigan at Ohio State.
Mm-hmm. The last 2 years the last 3 years haven't been kind, but I'm going to go Ohio State. Ohio State by, let's go 4.
Ohio State -10.
10?
Yep.
Good Lord.
I think they're looking at the revenge factor there.
The revenge factor.
Well, it's in the horseshoe.
Last year was close. The 2 previous years, Michigan just beat them up. But yeah, they're saying this Ohio State team is one of the 5 best Ohio State teams they've ever had, which, it's interesting because it just, the quarterback, if it ends up being Will Howard, he's good, but Will Howard isn't, he's not the most dynamic, thrower of the ball. And there's a bunch of skilled guys there that are NFL guys, but it's not that wide receiver room that you look at and you're just terrified of, like it has been in years past. And as good as some of like Sawyer and some of their defensive linemen are, this isn't the Bosa brothers and Chase Young. But I guess they're saying just the depth and some of the transfer guys that got in, they're just saying this is just a deep. There are no weaknesses on this Ohio State team.
And the number 1 game in the Big Ten is Ohio State at Oregon.
Yep. It's the game of the year.
And the point spread?
Ohio State will be favored by 2.5.
1. It's damn near a pick'em. Isn't that wild? And it says here that Ohio State can get revenge for a loss to the Ducks 3 years ago, which I had totally forgotten about that.
Yeah,
I guess so.
And that was the one too. Like anyone that thinks that Oregon isn't prepared to go into the Big Ten, they went into Ohio State's house with not a great quarterback.
Who was it?
There was the Boston College transfer.
What was his name?
Why can't I think of his name? Brown. What was his first name?
Anthony Brown.
Anthony Brown. But anyway, with Anthony Brown, your best defensive player in Kayvon Thibodeau was hurt, and that, by the way, that was C.J. Stroud, who turned out to be pretty good, and those were good Ohio State teams. had all the dynamic receivers, CJ Stroud, and Oregon, that wasn't a fluke. Oregon beat them up. Oregon was more physical than them on both sides of the ball. So, and Oregon is a really, really good run team. So this, I don't know, just this idea that Oregon isn't going to be able to handle Big Ten play. I mean, they took.
What more do you want?
What more do you want?
Well, they went to Michigan and beat them too.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. But yeah, I mean, they
But
beat them up there too.
Last 2 times they've played at Michigan, at Ohio State, they've won.
Yeah, this isn't some soft
double digits.
This isn't some soy boy soft West Coast team coming in there.
Liberal snowflakes.
Yeah, I mean it's a physical, rugged team. So I mean, but that says something that the number 1 team in the country is coming to your place, and it's basically a pick'em game.
Yeah, that's going to be great.
And by the way, when you look at the schedules, both of those teams should be undefeated. They should be. There's not a lot of stumbling blocks for either one of those teams before they meet each other.
Side note on that game, now that Oregon has jumped to the Big Ten, are they ever? I mean, I guess the Ohio State-Oregon game that they didn't play won't happen.
No,
right?
It just becomes a conference.
It's just gone.
Yeah.
Like this game, I was thinking, well, wait, that's the other of the home and home, but no, it's not. It's
just a conference.
Totally different.
Yeah. We're still getting some decent non-conference games, as you mentioned. Texas is playing Michigan, and we'll still get those. But now with these conferences, and the playoffs, the one thing you'll say about this new super conference and the expanded playoff, we will get more marquee games, and hopefully the preseason doesn't just turn into Sister Mary of the Poor. I hope that teams at least schedule 1 or 2 big non-conference games. But I think there'll be a feeling out process because, again, the idea of now with the expanded playoff, you don't have to be undefeated. So I can see the argument of you should schedule harder non-conference games because they're not as punitive. If you lose them, it's not a big deal. I don't have to be perfect anymore. But I can also see the logic of if I don't schedule anyone in the non-con, dude, I don't have 1 mulligan. I got 2 mulligans.
Yeah.
If I just,
and you have a tough league.
Yeah, I got a tough league, and I can go through a tough league. Think about that. Like if you are, let's just take, you want to take Oregon or Ohio State, whatever their schedule is, and because we looked at Oregon has what the big ones. They've got Ohio State, they got Michigan, they got Wisconsin, and they got SC too, right? Or do they got UW?
No,
I don't think they get USC.
I don't think they do.
So if you're Oregon, because you don't really play anyone in the non-con, right? I think Boise State. Which,
the other one for Oregon, I guess you can make the case it's Michigan State, but generally the big 3 are Ohio State, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Yeah.
2 of those 3 on the road. They of course host Washington.
Yeah.
They host Michigan State.
So you think about this, because you play Idaho, Boise, and Oregon State, which is just bizarre that's now a non-conference game. But like none of those games should be a problem. Like you're going to be massive 3-touchdown favorites in all those games. Oregon can lose to Ohio State, and as long as they don't get bludgeoned, and they can lose to their 2 best games. They can lose to Ohio State and Michigan, and as long as those are somewhat competitive games, Oregon's still in the playoff. And your best win at that point would be Washington or Wisconsin?
Playoffs?
So, there is, this idea of like, oh, we'll get all these great non-conference games now. Not so certain that we will. I think there may be some schools that look at this and be like, dude, this is almost a layup.
Yeah.
As long as we start with a high enough record and we don't get blown out, dude, we're fine. We only play 3 hard games a year. We can lose 2 of them and still end up in the playoff.
Well, the SEC kind of already does this.
Yes.
So, I mean, if you're in the Big Ten or the SEC, the 2 best leagues, you don't need to prove yourself out of conference.
No.
That ship sailed.
So, I mean, I hope it doesn't go that way. I hope we still get some of the big non-con games. Like Texas and Michigan's awesome. I mean, I love
is
that.
awesome. So is Alabama, Wisconsin
at Camp Randall.
Camp Randall, that's great.
Freaking great. And I hope we get those, and I hope we still get some of the neutral site games. And now that we've got the SoFi and what's the Raider? Is it Allegiant? Allegiant? Like we should get more of those now, like quote neutral site games out west. Like that. I want that. Give me more of that. And teams having some balls now that you don't have to be perfect. I hope that teams get aggressive with those scheduling, but I'm not holding my breath.
The Badgers they host Alabama, Oregon, and Penn State this year.
It's a hell of a schedule.
It's a nice home schedule for the home fans up there.
Yeah. And, don't sleep on Wisconsin. That's a tough place to go play. Luke Fickell's a good coach, and, maybe that's a team that, again, I don't know if a playoff team, but if you told me that Wisconsin gets a hide on their wall, one of those, wouldn't shock me at all. Wouldn't shock me one bit if Wisconsin pulls off one of those upsets.
Who's ready for Big Ten football?
It's the Big Ten, which is still just so damn weird.
Go play intramurals, brother.
The first time Oregon, they opened it with Idaho, and the Big Ten logo is on the field at Autzen. That is going to be just bizarre.
It's already strange seeing some of those jerseys at Media Day with the Big Ten patch on them.
Yeah.
But at least now everyone knows that UCLA's in LA.
And
with USC?
With USC. So I liked that DeShaun Foster made sure that we know it's not just UCLA.
Should we replay that?
We should.
Because
it's
we
amazing.
may have a new audience now. Yeah. We'll do that next. If you didn't hear, you may not know what we're talking about there. Boy, I tell you what, Big Ten Media Day, the story today was DeShaun Foster's introductory 45-second press conference.
It's unbelievable.
It really is unbelievable. You'll hear that next on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
There's a GM now. There's a salary cap. Well, Oregon
I love that
You're so funny, DeShaun.
I love that this has become the poster child now.
So DeShaun Foster was right. It's hard to hear him, but he was saying that now there's GMs and there's salary caps, and then he said, well, Oregon doesn't have a salary cap. And then suck up media cackle.
The best is when Dan Lanning, in response to that, said, now that the rabbit has the gun, everyone's upset.
Well, he's right.
He's right.
He's right about that.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I love how everyone's upset. I'm not even trying to defend Oregon here.
No.
Why are we so upset about this? The SEC schools have been doing this for years.
No.
What the F?
But now the little team out west is doing it. Now we're pissed.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
It's the Vancouver Ford text line.
Plenty of time to talk sports today.
One number does it all. 503-8646-FAN. For contests and text in your favorite fan hosts about today's hot topics. Brought to you by Vancouver Ford. Your dollar goes further at Vancouver Ford. They treat you right before, during, and after the sale. Visit VancouverFord.com. The Vancouver Ford text line. 503-864-6326. That's 503-864-6-FAN.
It's Wade back with you from my friends at Forest Hills Golf
of the club next, but want to play this for you. We opened the show with this, and we'll play it for you again in case you missed the opening of our program. The Big Ten Media Day, they threw up UCLA coach DeShaun Foster up there.
And turns out they shouldn't have. Has anyone ever not sent their head coach? Like you could send like a quarterback's coach or something.
Just give him a 3x5 card. Little
Someone
card.
at UCLA should have been like, guys, we can't do this.
Maybe he thought there was going to be a teleprompter.
Or it's like sending Biden out to the debate stage. Someone should have been like, no.
Somebody did say that they thought maybe DeShaun was caught off guard that he had to give a statement. He just thought maybe it was questions. And so then he didn't know what to say. Well, let's play it for you. It's only about a minute and it's glorious.
How you guys doing? I'm happy to be here. Glad to be a part of this great conference. Finally putting two great emblems together, UCLA and the Big Ten. We're a school that's won, 123 championships, so this fits us being right in this conference. Football-wise, we're just excited. I'm sure you guys don't know too much about UCLA, but our football program, but we're in LA. It's us and USC.
It's like a 4-year-old.
I'm just basically excited, really. That's it. Any questions?
Oh my God.
It's so
Seriously,
hard to listen to.
It's like a little kid giving a presentation.
It really is. I remember like when you got a little kid and they're telling you about their favorite show.
Yeah.
It's like if they're telling me about how great Blue's Clues is.
And there's green slime.
In 5th grade in our school district, every kid had to give a speech that was at least 3 minutes long to their class, and about half the kids did this. They'd get into a line, and then they would just lock up, and then look around, and I forget what I'm going to say, and now I'm panicking, and I'm just going to sit here. It's so bad.
Yeah, there's a lot of things there. First of all, there are a couple of overlooked things. One is he's like, finally a good brand is added to the Big Ten, basically is what he said. Right? He's like, finally, these good brand. Like, dude, they have some pretty good brands in the Big Ten, buddy. Michigan just won the title.
UCLA's having to address this. Like, I guess he's taking it with some good nature. He says he understands he's going to go on and that people are going to make fun of it. And he said it was okay with that. He claims that
What happened?
Well, he said that I guess he did this at a sidebar, afterwards. He said he thought people were going to ask questions. He said that's why he was taking those pauses. He said he thought that as he was speaking, people would raise their hand to ask questions, and that's why he was like taking pauses, but no one asked questions. Which I'm not certain. I
don't buy that.
Yeah, so he's saying I was filling? Like,
no, because at the end he said, "Are there any questions?"
Yeah, he said.
Well, why didn't you say that instead of just sit there?
Yeah, he says I was going through my opening speech, and I was just like, they'd rather ask me questions than me talking to them. I know some other coaches might gone up there and talk for 20 minutes and didn't give you guys anything. So I just thought people would call out for questions.
No, that's
He says, now, if I was talking to my guys, the UCLA beat reporters, I might have talked the whole time. They asked me plenty of questions. You guys haven't asked a lot of questions, so I thought I'd give you guys an opportunity to ask.
Wrong. I don't buy that.
That's a bad backtrack.
That is such a bad backtrack. That is not true. He clammed up. He didn't know what to say.
Nah, it was brutal, dude.
And he said UCLA is in LA. He loses all credibility by. I mean, I believe nothing that guy says now. Because, dude, you got up there and told the media that you probably don't know much about our school. We're in LA along with USC, just in case you didn't know. What?
It's like the large. Is Los Angeles or New York the largest city? Which one's one? Which one's two?
New York. New York's number one.
The second largest city in America.
It's in the name. UCLA.
And I love that he added.
And no one is unfamiliar with them.
God, man.
He's talking like he's joined. That's like something like if you're the head coach of James Madison, that's probably something that you have to go up and address.
Yeah, if James Madison makes the 12-team playoff and their coach has to do a presser and he's like, a lot of you guys might not know where James Madison is. We're actually in Virginia. Is that where they are? I think that's where they are.
I don't know. Where is James
Yeah,
Madison?
they're in Virginia.
But that
Probably
would
in
make
LA.
sense, not UCLA.
I know it'll never happen, but I want nothing more than for Dan Lanning to go up there and do the I'm Dan Lanning, head coach, University of Oregon. We're in Oregon. If you don't know a whole lot about
Town called Eugene.
I want Lincoln Riley to do it too, to dig at his rival.
Bunch of liberal snowflakes there.
Lincoln Riley, we're USC. If you're not familiar with us, I don't know.
Well, he already did his, but that would be funny.
You don't know much about us, but we're in Los Angeles along with the other school.
UCLA. And he said they've won 123 championships. What?
Well,
is he talking
right.
all sports?
All sports, all athletes.
Is that accurate?
UCLA loves to tout.
They were the first.
Yeah.
They were the first school to win 100, and then they changed the letter C in all of their imaging to be gold for the 100 that they won some years ago, and they made a big deal out of it.
Stupid.
The players that were there, I guess, are having to defend him too and saying that he's a great guy and he's a great communicator. Like they're all like, "Well, this is not."
He's probably great. I mean, we could give him another chance, but it's just like, man, dude, that backtrack is really weak.
I have a theory. I think the echo threw him off. Like you could hear at the very beginning, he's like, "Hey, how's it going?" And like it sounds like he's in a big ass room, and there's a lot, and he's hearing himself talk, and he's like, "Oh boy, I didn't think it was going to be like this."
Well, and can we also admit that he's taking over low key one of the worst jobs in America? It's awful. Like
it's a pretty bad inheritance.
It's just you come from a school that has no budget. You're hemorrhaging money, which is why you had to jump. You were irrelevant in the Pac-12 for the most part. You're irrelevant even more so in the Big Ten. You have to give $10 million a year to Cal for the weird, messy divorce. Chip Kelly just stopped coaching you and stopped recruiting. He left you with a bit of a barren wasteland there. And look, they hired you because you're cheap and you were there, and no one else really wanted that job. Like it's like when you take over, like when Gary Anderson took over at Oregon State, like that was a bad job. Like we know it. And you know, there's some small places that it's a tough place to win at, and they can be tough jobs. UCLA should be a good job, and it just isn't. They just are usually not relevant in football. They're just not. And especially now. So good luck. Good luck, DeShaun. Seems like a nice guy, but God, he may be in over his head and then some.
All right. Terrifying deal from the desert. What would you do? And geyser eruption news. Oh, and we have to talk about cocaine sharks as well.
Damn right we
A
do.
lot to get to in the club next on The Fan.
Hey, it's Suk for A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Before
at the end of that, we could have coaching football is coaching.
And you
football.
don't know what coach it was?
Well, someone tagged us in a tweet or a text, and I actually tried to look it up on internet, and I couldn't find it, so I'm not sure who it was.
Damn it!
It's there. I heard it. And got away. We let him off the hook.
I have some very well. It's not sad news. It's freaky.
Somber news, freaky news. What?
Well, it's just kind of gross. This comes from Death Valley. And there was a man.
Like LSU Death Valley or like California?
California.
Clemson Death Valley.
Yeah, I don't like that there's two. Like, pick a lane. So many Death Valleys.
The real Death Valley is in Cali.
Yes.
That's correct.
I believe that is technically the hottest place on Earth. Is it not?
I think it is.
It's the hottest place in America. I don't know about Earth.
I think it's on Earth.
I think so, but,
at certain times. I do think that we often kind of overlook the fact that Death Valley is right under our nose? Like,
I drove through it once as a kid.
Did you?
Yeah, and it was awful.
Why? Why would you drive through Death Valley? Where are you going?
I think we were going to Disney.
Highest registered air temperature ever was at Furnace Creek Ranch, California in Death Valley, 134 degrees Fahrenheit in 1913.
Jesus. Yeah, so you were probably in Utah going to Disney?
Yeah,
you were going down that way?
Yeah, we were driving through, and we went through Death Valley, and I was little, but we were in a Dodge Omni 024 with no
AC?
No AC.
Oh my God.
And I remember we stopped and we got like bags of ice, and like we would hold a bag of ice. That was like my dad's big
Jesus,
plan.
man.
Well,
Head coach?
God. Best part is I was sitting on my mom's lap.
I feel like you'd go to jail for that now.
I think my siblings had like feet out the window. It was something else.
During the summer, average heat of 113.
What? Okay.
And in 1972, the ground temperature reached 201 degrees.
Wow. Well,
that's my only. And I was, like I said, I was probably 5 or 6. So I don't remember, like my family talks about it. I was too young to, I remember brief details. That is my only experience in Death Valley.
How big is Death Valley?
I don't know.
And are there cool parts of Death Valley?
I don't think there are cool parts of Death Valley. I think it just sucks. Like, I mean, it is called Death Valley.
I mean, like if I gave you the map of California.
5,200 square miles is Death Valley National Park.
Yeah, National
Could
Park.
you circle Death Valley? Like, do you know, like how big it is and where exactly it is?
I know it's like you drive. Like we went to Utah through Nevada, and then you go through Death Valley. So it's along that.
Well, yeah,
it's along that route.
But if I gave you a map of California,
can you see the map I'm trying to show you over here, Isaac? There's a little deal.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so that's actually closer to Nevada than I would have drawn on the map.
Yeah, I mean it's
right
it's
next
on the Nevada border.
Yeah, it's right next to Nevada. Yeah. I would have drawn it maybe a little west of that and a little north.
I don't know if I could have pinpointed on the map, but I'll give you a general area just because
I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
So it's west of Vegas.
It's not something that we really, again, outside of, unless you're driving from that point, there's no reason to ever go through it.
They have some ridiculous marathon there too, where it's like the hottest, worst marathon in the world or hardest thing to accomplish. It's really stupid.
That is really stupid. I'm just now noticing that when I fly into Vegas and I'm looking out the right side of the aircraft, that's Death Valley. I'm just now.
Hey, take a look.
Only
out there.
just now.
You're like, hey, look at that
realizing
barren wasteland.
Because I know what that looks like because I've seen it flying in there, and I'm just only now putting 2 and 2 together that that's actually Death Valley that I'm looking at, and it does look barren. I often think when I'm flying, you look out and you go, could I if somebody dropped me right there, could I survive?
No.
What would I do?
No, you'd be effed.
You know what I mean? Do you ever do that? Play that game in your head?
Yeah, I do that.
Looking out of an airplane window?
Well, I do it even when I'm driving. Like when I drove back from we drove back from Bend this weekend, and you're going through there and you see just like those massive forests like up there.
Yeah.
And I always think about like the Rambo thing, or like if you were on the lam like a fugitive and you really knew it, could you hide out? And like that's some nasty ass terrain. Like how long could you hang out in there and just be like Nanook of the woods out there and just survive?
In the U.S., there aren't many better places to go than maybe Eastern Washington or Eastern Oregon.
There's nothing there.
Or the forests of Oregon, Southern Oregon. Yeah. It's really rural. Didn't we talk about this one time that out in eastern Oregon, I think it's way southeastern Oregon, is the point in the United States that is furthest from a Walmart and McDonald's.
I think we have talked about that.
And it's way down in southeast Oregon.
Yeah.
Go down there. They ain't gonna find you.
It's kind of
There's
cool.
nobody
Look,
there.
I was looking near. There's a resort called the Oasis in Death Valley. That looks kind of cool. They built a little.
Oh yeah.
They built a little resort thing. Again, the Oasis. That's kind of. But again, of all
Yeah,
the
but it's
places,
hot.
well, of all the places you could go to a
going
resort,
there.
why the bleep would you go?
What do
to?
you got to pay for a room there?
I don't know. Let's take a look and see what they got going on. But yeah, when you look at the photos of it, it just looks like a miserable place. Remember there was that dude in, I think it was up in Maine or Vermont, and he lived in the woods. He was wanted for something, nothing like major, but he told his family he was just leaving, and everyone thought he was dead. He went and lived in the woods for like 9 or 10 years, and no one saw him. He just was out there, and then they found him, like someone stumbled upon him.
Maine, that's a good place to go.
Yeah, he just was out in the woods doing his own thing.
What about way up north Canada? Is it too cold to survive up there?
Yeah, well,
There
I
are
mean,
people up
you
there?
got to really, like, that's all, like,
There's nothing there.
No, like, it's something crazy, like 90% of the people in Canada live within 100 miles of the border.
Yeah.
And because once you get up north past any of that, like, it's all Inuits and native people.
But you got fishes.
Yeah,
you could eat.
Man, until the ice comes.
Well, yeah,
I think you really got to know what you're doing. I don't think that like, even if you're a decent survivalist, I don't think you can survive. I think you really got to be, like, dialed in.
Where would you go to hide? If you had to be in the wild, and you had to stay in the United States.
Stay in the United States.
I'm telling you, the Northwest is not a bad place.
No, because you don't get that extreme.
Yeah, like even summertime, it's going to be more dry than it is humid in the Midwest or South. So
And the wet would suck, but again, it gives you fresh water. You could collect it.
There's nobody up here.
There's no one up here. There's nothing really to kill you. Because like down in the swamps of Florida and like Louisiana, like you could disappear into places like that, but you are dealing with just all kinds of horrid bugs and poisonous stuff and gators and
yeah, they see people just like don't even survive overnight in the swamp.
Yeah, that's right out. I honestly think it's northeast or it's Pacific Northwest. I think upper left, upper right, and I think you're right. If you had to disappear, I think upper left is the way to go. And I think you could, if you knew what you were doing, you could probably pull it off easier than most places. I don't want anything to do with the desert. I don't want anything to do with the swamps.
What about like northern Michigan? Too cold?
That's really cold. Because yeah, now you're talking like when you get like at night and you're talking about in the single digits, like staying warm, like you don't have to deal with a lot of that here. I mean, it gets cold, but it's not northern Michigan cold.
So how hot was it in Death Valley over the weekend? It was so hot that a European tourist melted the skin off of his feet when he lost his flip-flops in the sand dunes.
Oh, that sounds so painful.
To make matters worse, the temperatures made the air so thin that a helicopter could not fly in and help him.
Oh my gosh. So what do? You just
sit there with melted feet? And
well, that was what I was going to ask you. What do you do?
I don't know.
Crawl?
Well, then you're just burning your knees and your hands.
But maybe your elbows and knees are a little more calloused than the bottoms of your footsies.
I think you got to take your shirt off and you got to make some wraps, right?
Yeah, probably. It's a good place to start.
I don't think there's anything else you can do.
The guy's 42. He's from Belgium. He was taking a short walk Saturday in the Mesquite Flat sand dunes, 123 degrees.
Why? First off, can I ask, where is this dude from?
Belgium.
Okay, what the hell, Belgium? It's 123 out, and you decided to go walking in flip-flops?
Yeah, it's weird. This is weird. But it says that he either broke it or lost his flip-flops, and it put his feet in direct contact with the desert ground. Third-degree burns. They said that the skin was melted off his foot, and they said that the ground can get up to 200 degrees.
Wow. He Jimmy Buffetted himself, and instead of going home to get a margarita, he got third-degree burns on his tootsies.
So here's the next question is, how do you think he got out of there? What did he, like, I have the answer, so but what do you think happened?
I'm guessing someone had to like bring a stretcher for him and carry him out. There's no way you can walk on third-degree burns, right?
Yeah, close. He said that he was in such pain that his family recruited other visitors of the park to help, and they all carried him to the parking lot.
Yeah. What did that smell like?
And that's where the Rangers assessed his injuries.
Jeez Louise. By the way, the inn at the Oasis of the Death Valley thing there, yeah, it's like $330 a night.
Oh yeah,
that's a little spendy. Weekends up to $437.
Is it super nice?
You can golf there. It's a full on resort. Now you can stay at the campground if you want to be outside, and that's $22.
No thanks.
$22 to go to the Fiddler's Campground.
Good deal. That's a good deal.
Is it?
Well, yeah, it's only $22.
To have the skin burned off your feet.
Well, you could choose to wear better footwear than that, Belgian.
They got a golf course, Robert.
At Death Valley?
Yeah.
Really?
Furnace Creek golf course.
That was the place that was the hottest ever, 134 degrees, Furnace Creek.
Boy, that is. Why would you?
It's currently 106 degrees there.
Why would you play? How much water, by the way, does it take to keep the GD greens? It is a little brown, by the way.
I'm looking at that. That place does look pretty nice.
It says it's the world's lowest elevation golf course.
Yeah. Well, one of our texters was saying that the highest elevation and the lowest point in the continental U.S. are only 100 miles apart. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Mount Whitney and Death Valley. And yeah, this Oasis it almost looks like you're playing in Central Oregon.
A little bit. Yeah, a little broken top Brasada thing going on there. But boy, I don't.
Yeah, I'm not going there.
Hey, it's pretty reasonable.
How much? $85?
No. Looks like you had 35.
$35 to play the
$35
golf course there?
Yeah. 22 on a weekday.
That means it's a dump.
Well, I don't think many people are golfing in 130 degree weather. I don't think you can charge a bunch when you're like, hey, yeah, it's expensive, but on the plus side, it's 117.
You know what they need to do? They need to make it one of those nude golf courses we talked about.
No, they do have
where you golf naked.
They have a dress code. Collared and mocked shirts are required. Golf dress pant or shorts. No denim or swimwear. And what is Bermuda length? Shorts must be Bermuda length.
That's like you can't have short shorts. Like Bermuda shorts are like almost like board short length, kind of like they got to go to your knee.
Really? I can't wear.
I'm pretty sure that's what a Bermuda.
I can't wear
is.
some 7-inch mid thighs.
I think that's accurate.
That's bullshit. Although, Buck, your new glacier
$7 shorts.
Your
would be
$7 shorts. That's right up your alley.
According to internet, Bermuda shorts have to be 1 inch above the knee. Cuffed or uncuffed.
Oh, so you can't wear the glacier shorts, Buck?
No, I know. I would have to go longer Bermuda.
Well, rest in peace, Belgium guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't die, but his feet did.
And third-degree burns, I don't think you recover from. I think that's the whole thing. When
That's
you get
brutal.
third degree, like that's permanent damage.
Yeah.
Okay, so I found out about this Badwater Ultra Marathon through Death Valley.
Oh, I've heard of that. That's through Death Valley.
Yeah.
I've heard of the Badwater Ultra Marathon.
And basically, it's a 135-mile race through Death Valley.
Why? Why do people do this?
Says it, and it ends at basically you span the highest point to the lowest point. Like you start at the basin and you end at Mount Whitney, or vice versa.
I don't know. I think that's like David Goggins stuff. I think it's like idiots like that I don't know.
It's stuff like that is just like, why are humans so dumb? What are we doing?
I don't know.
God, we deserve to be wiped out.
Proving something.
1994, Scott Webber became the first runner to cross from the summit of Mount Whitney to Badwater solo without any crew.
I've got geyser eruption news and cocaine sharks.
Right.
Coming up on The Fan.
Now, here's a quick look at
go. I'm like, do we?
Well, I don't know. I don't really strike you as the type that loves and appreciates like being in nature. And
it's not my. I do appreciate being in nature, and I do. Look, it just wouldn't be my first choice to go there. I mean, I think it's cool.
But wouldn't say that you would.
Does it have a casino?
I just don't think it's necessarily up your alley.
Is it in LA?
But you've been to the Grand. Is UCLA that you've been to the Grand Canyon, right?
No, never seen it.
No. You've never seen the Grand Canyon?
No.
You've lived in the West for like 25 years, and you came from Kansas. You never.
I never have either.
Never been there. Never even flown.
The hell?
I've never been to Yellowstone or Grand Canyon.
I've never flown over.
How
the
many
Grand
times
Canyon.
have you been to Vegas?
Vegas? Oh, thousands.
You know that you
maybe
can,
millions.
You know you drive from Vegas to see the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, but if you're flying from Portland to Vegas, you're not flying over the Grand Canyon.
No, but never once when you've been in Vegas have you thought.
My God.
Because if he wanted to see the Grand Canyon, he'd just fly
yes.
there.
Why would I fly to Vegas to go to the Grand Canyon?
I'm not just.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
You took a week trip down there with the kids. You could make a one-day stop down there, you know?
What am I going to do? Hoover
Break
Dam?
away from the pool and
Get
enjoy the heat on the drive?
I just thought at one point while you're down there, you had thought, hey, let's take a day trip. Because it's like 3.5 hours, if I remember.
That thought has never once crossed my mind. As a matter of fact, when we go, we stay at the Wynn or Encore, and I tell you what, dude, we don't leave that place. That place is so good. We go airport, Uber, Wynn, Uber, airport.
Avoid outside air if at all possible.
Yes, except for at the pool. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Now, I want to go to Yellowstone. I eventually will check that box, but...
Have you been to any national park?
Yeah, I've been to Rainier.
The only downside I'll say about Yellowstone, and this goes for a lot of the national parks, they can be real crowded. Like that's like if you go down to Joshua Tree, you can drive out to where you're away from everybody. But a lot of the national parks, that's the only downside to them is there's a lot of people. So unless you're like going way deep in it and you're going to go camping out there and you're driving, if you're just doing the touristy thing, that would be my one caveat is you got to deal with a bunch of idiots that are there, and that's a little annoying.
I'm looking at a list of national parks.
Mm-hmm.
I've been to Crater Lake.
All right.
I've been to Olympic National Park.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's gorgeous up there.
Mm-hmm.
I've been to Redwood National Park.
Ever hit up Yosemite?
No, I've never been to Yosemite. Never been to Yellowstone. Sequoia, I think I've been there. Now we're getting down the list here.
Yeah. Well, then you get into there's a bunch of really cool ones in Utah. Zion.
Well,
is
you have
really
Zion.
nice.
Yeah, I've never been there.
Zion is like Bryce Canyon. There's Arches. They got a bunch of those. I'm trying to think of the other ones that I've been to. I've been to Grand Tetons. I guess I've been to more national parks than I thought, because the Tetons is in Wyoming. What's the one in Montana?
That Denali?
No, Denali's in Alaska, which again is awesome, majestic. No, the one in Montana that I've been to, drawing a blank.
You're doing great.
I gotta look it up.
Whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
National parks are cool.
And Mount Rushmore, which that's the one.
That's a national park?
Yeah, that's
Glacier National Park.
Glacier National Park is the one in Montana. Yeah, that's the one I would tell you that don't go. That's you get to Mount Rushmore and there's a lot of yeah, it's cool, and and then that's kind of the.
By the way, did you see what old Gary said? He's in on the text line. He said, I stayed at the Bellagio and I took what he believes to be a Maverick helicopter out and landed in the bottom of the Grand Canyon.
Oh, so that's kick-ass.
They have Grand Canyon tours.
Oh, yeah. I've never done that, but I've seen those. I didn't know that you could necessarily go right to the bottom, because I've seen the ones you take ATVs and some people you take donkeys down there. And
anyone else here a little bit hesitant to get on a helicopter?
Yes.
I don't think I want to ride on a helicopter.
Yeah, helicopters aren't my jam. They They're definitely
Kobe ruined it.
Well, that was beyond a Kobe thing because like the Montgomery Gentry guy died on one of those, and
he's dead.
Oh yeah, dude, he crashed.
Really?
Yeah, they were at some like festival or whatever, and they're like, "Hey, you want to take a helicopter ride?" And one of them was like, "Yeah, no," and the other guy hopped on, and boom.
Oh
down he
wow.
went. Yeah. Yeah.
How would you feel?
Yeah, if you're the other guy.
Well, what if somebody comes up to us and, "Hey, Rob, Sook, we love the show. We want to take you guys up on a chopper," and I say, "No." And you go and you die.
Then you earn the survivor's guilt.
Yeah,
How would you feel?
You got one of two things. Either you're like, you're really sad, survivor's guilty. You're like, I told that dumbass not to go.
I'd be like, Kim, can I have a salary?
Just kind of absorb it. Yeah, helicopters and me we don't mix. That's not.
Well, it's kind of a flimsy operation, right? Like
seems
it's just
that way.
The way it flies pretty low.
I've never been on one.
I haven't either.
And
Me neither.
I'm not real geeked about making it happen. The only time I've ever been tempted is again like in Hawaii or whatever when they're like, "Hey, do those helicopter tours," and I'm like,
I'm good.
And they always just seem really janky, and I don't know.
They come right up to the cliff sides,
Yeah.
and I'm like, I don't know about it.
I don't like it. Don't like it.
Well, that's that segment.
National parks are great though, and I believe that's we should check out more national parks. That's one of those things that you should, if you're near one, go. There's just so much beauty in our country, and I love that we preserve some of it. And definitely, for God's sakes, go see the Grand Canyon. Like, it's the Grand Canyon.
I'd rather go to Yellowstone.
It's the Grand. How can
See John Dutton.
That blows my mind that neither one of you donkeys has ever been to the Grand Canyon. Stunning. The number of times.
Well, what do you even do there? Like, what do you just?
You look at the big hole in the
look
ground.
at
And you
it?
say, "Look at that!
Cool.
How grand!"
It's like the most majestic thing
It does look incredible.
you'll ever see.
I'd like to fly over it. I'd like to see it that way.
Yeah.
And that's like an hour.
So,
or
did you do the
half
thing where
hour.
you ride the donkey down?
I
'Cause
didn't ride the. No,
I heard about people doing that.
Yeah, they said like you can do like ATV tours and like dune buggies.
When you do hikes and stuff.
Yeah, you do hikes and stuff, and there's camping and there's restaurants there. And,
People
yeah.
follow their death taking selfies.
Any bars or anything?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, all
Different
right.
saloons and
Yeah,
whatnot.
I'm listening.
You stand out there. There is something. I don't know, like, and I guess it's the same thing. Because I made fun of Mount Rushmore. I was like, I would not drive to go see Mount Rushmore. One, it's out in the middle of nowhere, and it's not that cool. But there was, you could say the same thing. What do? I don't know. You go stare at the hole, but I don't know. It is just absolutely majestic when you get out there. And like, again, if you like camping or there's hotels and different things you can do out there. It's something you should do once before you kick the bucket is go see. It's the granddaddy of them all.
America, yeah!
Yes.
Have you ever been to a volcano?
I love volcanoes.
Cocaine shark news.
Do they have cocaine sharks in?
We've made it.
The Grand Canyon?
We've made it to cocaine shark news, and we will get to that story next. But first, Buck with Sports Center.
This is a Big Ten Media Week edition of
and I'm in the club, I turn into a shark.
Absolutely.
Isachi. And I can't be stopped. No, I'm just kidding. I've never done cocaine in my life.
Me neither.
I totally laid out.
I guess that makes 3 of us.
Laid out right there for you to hang yourself.
Never. Not at all. What are you talking about?
So
you
this
find out, by the way, it's one of those things as you turn into an adult, you realize, unless you grew up with a bunch of wild kids, you just realize as you get older, way more people do and have done coke than you ever realized.
Right. Yeah. When you were younger, it's like,
cocaine.
That's like another level of party, but it's really not.
It's not. It's not. It's way more prevalent than you think.
This is from Brazil, where scientists have come up with the first evidence that sharks are being exposed to cocaine.
Right.
This is a biologist named Rachel Ann Hauser Davis. She has 4 names. She's so important.
That means she's very smart.
And she told NPR they have dissected 13 wild sharp-nosed sharks caught near Rio de Janeiro. All tested positive for cocaine in their muscles and liver. And she said the key here is that they were actually high levels of cocaine, and that is indicative of chronic exposure to the blow.
Wasn't it 100 times higher than trace levels or something like that?
Yes.
They've been
it's
consuming
significant.
large quantities.
Yes.
I just
100 times?
More.
200 times?
More.
Love the idea.
500 times?
Probably.
That there's just coked out sharks cruising around.
And like I said,
slept in weeks.
Sharks don't sleep, right? They
do the whole dissociative half brain thing, so half the brain sleeps while the other half stays
the shark
awake.
has to keep moving, so it feels like cocaine is the perfect drug for sharks.
Well, that's what I was saying. I was like, I don't think this is bad. Do you really think sharks care that they're all...
Do sharks even know that they're
exactly?
Oh, I bet they love it.
They're like, this is great.
Some sharks telling the other shark, dude, get over here. Check this out.
What Sharknado are we on with Tara Reid and all that? Are we going to get a new iteration of that?
Dude, I think they're on 9.
All right, Sharknado Part 10, Coke Sharks.
Now, how are they getting the cocaine, you ask?
I assume it's just people dumping coke off boats, to avoid capture, right?
They're saying narco traffickers are oftentimes chased in the high seas, and they toss bales of cocaine overboard.
Because you hear it all the time. That's like someone's out boating or whatever, and then they stumble upon 100 pounds of blow.
Now, if the blow goes, so if you stumble on that blow,
that's your
is
blow.
that good blow? Can you?
I would assume, right?
Is it wrapped to the point where is it ruined blow?
I don't know. It becomes all crusty and hard, and then
Shark's nah, this is stale.
this is no
Shark's
good.
putting it on his teeth with his little shark fin, or his gums,
I'm not gonna lie. If you found a bunch of blow, you'd have to be like, all right, we gotta see what's going on.
Take this for a.
And if they find one of those bricks, do they just have a frenzy? Like they found a seal or something like that? They just go nuts on it?
I don't think you can eat a brick of coke.
How else are they getting all of it? They're not snorting it, are they?
Can you imagine? That has to just kill. I'm assuming it's in the water. If you ate a brick of coke, like a key of coke, you just would. Your little heart shark or your shark heart would just explode, right?
Well, they're built different, man. Those sharks.
So they said the main source would probably be human use of cocaine and metabolization and urine and feces discharge, and the second source would be from illegal refining labs. Interesting.
So it's like being a byproduct dumped into the water?
Well, what they're saying is there's so many people doing so much blow in Brazil that their excrement has enough in it to get the sharks high.
Yes, that's right.
So you're saying this you're taking a coke dump, and then it's just
or the Brazilian, I don't know, municipalities are dumping their sewage into the ocean, and it has a bunch of coke from their residents in the
Then the sharks are just swimming right through that and getting all high.
Note to self: booking my trip to Brazil. I will say that when we were in St. Lucia, the St. Lucian people, it's known as the Party Island, and they are very proud of 2 things: that they grow their own weed and that they have their own cocaine. And they are very, very, very proud of it.
I would be too.
Yeah.
You know,
someone brought up, we were there, and one of the other Americans that was milling around said something about how like you can't trust cocaine, you know, the fentanyl thing, and they were horrified that someone had the nerve to suggest that their coke was cut with anything.
Where do you think you are? It's pure here, damn it.
What? Seriously, I was so weird. Like they were all bowed up about it. I was like, is someone really like that upset at someone questioning the purity of their cocaine?
Yeah, I think that's
Turns
great.
out, yes, they take a lot of pride in it.
Now, of all the problems sharks have, where do you think cocaine ranks on the list? You know, like man's killing sharks in a lot of different ways.
Yes, and now
I just don't think cocaine's.
Doesn't sound like a problem at all.
Can I ask the question? Do we know what the harm to?
Well, it says
sharks?
she said that it could. I mean, just like you just get a little wiry, you know.
Within reason. Look, not that I've ever done it, so I wouldn't know. But within reason, are the sharks just having a great time?
She says that it leads to hyperactive behavior among sharks, but then qualifies that by saying, "Well, we really need more research on this."
So what we're saying is we need to give more sharks more cocaine so that we can better understand the effects. I guarantee someone's giving cocaine to like their dog. Like,
oh, for sure.
I guarantee that's happening. I don't know. But like that's one of those things you never know. Like, cause dogs like can die from like eating grapes or something. But Coke is fine?
Are you serious?
Yeah, I guess grapes are supposedly poisonous, like in large doses. They say that about like chocolate, but dude, my dog is eating all kinds of stuff.
I was gonna say my dog eats grapes all the time.
Yeah, you're not supposed to.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I learned that on
Whoops.
like my third dog.
After 2 deaths, you finally figured
Not
it
grape
out?
related, but we were like, yeah, why can't we? We put like, if your dog has medication, you like slip it in a piece of cheese or a piece of meat. We pop it in the middle of a grape because like she wouldn't get it. And
Why are they toxic to
don't know.
dogs?
Oh,
grapes and raisins, I think.
Yeah, grape. Yeah, there's something about it where intoxic is a strong. I mean, it'll upset their stomach. But if you like fed them a bunch of grapes, I think it could be bad. But they say that about like chocolate, dude. My bulldog once ate an entire bowl of Halloween candy, including the wrappers, and we were
And
like,
he was fine.
yeah, like we were like panicked, like, and I'm talking a big bowl of Halloween candy. Other than like his butt was a little upset because he kept pooping out wrappers for like the next 2 days. You know, he seemed to be okay. Like we called the vet and we're like, should we? And the vet was like, it's like,
Yeah, I'm sure he's fine.
like, keep an eye on him.
Give him some blow.
Is that what I should have done? Balance that out? I was like, all right, buddy. You ate all this Halloween candy. We're going to balance this out. Here's, you make it nice for him. You know, put a little bump on there for him.
All right. We'll wrap it up next. That's the cocaine shark story, though, on the Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt.
All right, well, it's about going to do it for us tonight.
Yeah, where do you go from cocaine sharks?
Somebody said, how the F did they know the sharks were high? Would they get pulled over? Well, no, they were studying them.
Yeah,
blood.
Just tested, no. But it was only that one kind of shark, or like, you know.
It was only the one.
We need to find out more about this. What other sharks are up to? The great whites are on heroin, you know. Laughing at the little nurse sharks doing their little blow.
Why is it only cocaine that is the problem here? Wouldn't you? I mean, you're onto something. Like, wouldn't there be other drugs that are confiscated in the ocean?
Yeah, I don't
right,
know.
and then they get thrown in, and then the fish get all.
I think coke is probably the main. Like, I don't know. I would think that's the main one, just like the quantities of it.
Or other powdered drugs.
I don't know about like the heroin. That one I can assure you, can't say that I've ever done that one.
You think coke sharks are cool? You wait till we get the Molly dolphins.
Now we're talking.
Molly. What form is Molly? What do you?
It's a pill.
Can be pill or powder.
Okay.
I've never seen it in powder form, but I'm assuming you could crush it up. But yeah, it's just a pill. Take it, and then you have a great time, and you want to touch everything. And yes, if there was an aquatic animal that was going to be on Molly, I would assume it would be a dolphin. Those dolphins are real. They're real, quote, friendly.
Who are
dolphin rave on Molly? Kidding me?
Let's go.
Who are the heroin addicts of the sea?
Ooh.
The manatee. Float along.
No, they're too fat. You can't be fat and on heroin. You'll be all strung out, look like hell. You know, I'm thinking maybe like a lobster. You know, a crustacean down there, just living in a dank hole somewhere. You know, all strung out.
Some eel.
Yeah, there you go. I could see that.
The eels.
Yeah, that bastard-looking eel. They're kind of freaky.
It's all stringy. Its teeth look all kind of jacked up.
I like where you're going with that. Yeah, I think that's 100% true. Then the octopus is like the weed bros. They're just chilling. They're just down there doing cool octopus things.
Totally.
Firing one up.
Or maybe acid.
That's
the octopus.
Because they can do the whole camouflage change color thing.
I was thinking squid for that. The squid are always doing like those neon dances and whatnot. Yeah, they're on some LSD.
Who are the fentanyl users of the sea?
The real
The real bad stuff.
The real. I think that's like those weird deep sea angler fish.
Yeah.
Those really messed up things. Like you're the scum of the ocean. Although it is kind of interesting that like we think of like sharks like the apex predator, and that killer whales beat their ass all the time.
Did you see that whale that
tipped that boat?
Did you see that?
Yeah. Well, I told that story that it was really scary when I was fishing in Mexico all those years ago, and we had a humpback whale breach, and it wasn't that close to us. But I'll tell you what, it was close enough that it rocked the S out of that little boat I was in, and I was terrified. And my man Diego there, although he didn't speak English, he sure as hell knew to get the hell out of there. Like that thing landed on the boat. Like, that thing went down.
Yeah, the video is pretty nuts of what kind of whale was that?
Looked like a humpback?
I think it was a humpback.
Yeah, it just breaches and then it just hits the boat on the bow.
Yeah, the boat just caps.
Yeah, and the guy dives into the water like.
It turned out the guy
he
ended
was
up being
fine,
but
but still, can you imagine how scary that would be?
Yes, I can.
And then the kid in the other boat where they were filming it, that kid, like for some reason, starts like firing up his boat.
Yeah. He's
trying to leave.
Yeah, he's like, I'm out of here.
I saw someone say if he doesn't get out of there quick, he won't make it to his draft for the Baltimore Orioles because he looks like all of their prospects.
Yeah, he's got
little moppy haired
flow
blonde
going,
kid.
little broccoli hair.
But you know, but you're trying to get out of there, the whale could breach at any other. Like, what if you get out of there and you hightail out of there and you go, whew, and then the whale freaking bumps you there?
That's a valid point.
The whale's gonna outswim you.
The idea.
So where are you going?
Well, you think staying there is the right choice?
Look, the idea is
yes.
to just leave.
No. He's already breaching there.
My guy motored away. We saw that thing breach, and he fired that thing up, and we weren't fishing there anymore.
You're right. You got to trust the locals.
That's right. I would have liked a life jacket at that point, too, but we didn't have those.
All right, everybody have a great night. We're back tomorrow, 3 to 7 on the Fin Tonight.